Hello everybody, this is DH Thorne here coming at you live. I am glad to see everybody, and I do apologize for being a few minutes late. I was watching the very educational program that was put out by our dear leader, Herr Hitler himself, Joseph Biden, who just declared half of the country, more than half the country really, a dire threat to all of democracy that should probably be stamped out and destroyed. And he did this against a beautiful backdrop that portrayed the strength of his character and of everything that he stands for. I'm actually just, I think it's beautiful. And, you know, I think that it should be the new style that we should all go for. And if you haven't seen it, if you give me a few minutes, I'll see if I can get the image up that I found that really demonstrates precisely what this is like. Let me give you a minute here. I'm running a little bit late. I wanted to have this ready, but you know how it is. You know, you just get caught up in the moment. You know, you get caught up in the moment. And let me see here. I just sent it so that I can get it. Let me see. That's what I wanted. Let's see. Make it nice and big. Make it beautiful. Yeah. Give me a second, guys. But did anybody watch the speech? I'm not looking at the chat, so I'm going to hope that you guys did. I only watched parts of it. You only had to watch a few parts of it because of how just blatant and, you know, direct it was. So let me make this big and beautiful so you guys can all see it. There we go. And let's just make that really obvious, okay? All right, look at that. Look at that. Look at this. Oh, I gotta fix it. Let's kill the crop here. Oop. Look at that. Look at this. This is what everybody who voted for Biden, this is what you voted for. I don't like doing this, guys. I don't like being fucking political, but I'm fucking done. I am fucking done. Okay? I'm laughing, don't get me wrong, but you should be mad at this. This is how dare they portray our president in anything other than the most glorious light of beauty and excellence. How dare they imply that this man is anything other than a fucking saint? You know, if you're turning away from this video because you're sick of this shit, you're the problem. You're the fucking problem. Just saying, I'm just gonna say it. Okay, this is ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculous. And anybody walking around on the left-hand path watching this shit, look, I can totally don't get me wrong, I can totally understand why everybody here would look at Trump and say, oh, I don't like that. He's this, he's that. He's conservative and tradcon or some shit, and he you know, gives in to Christianity and shit. I get it, right? Tribalism is a hard fucking drug to put down. It's a real fucking hard drug to put down. When the other side is for things you don't like, I get it. I get it. But there's a difference. Don't you dare come at me on the left-hand path and clown around and act like you're against the one and not the other. You can be against both if you want. I respect that. I totally respect that. I'm not saying it's one way or the other. I'm saying if you don't have as much to say about this, actually it's on this side for me, about this, I'm not doing this to be popular, okay? I never have. I've never fucking done this to be popular. All right, yeah, I want a following, but I've never done this to be popular and say what you want to fucking hear. There's something going on here. If you can't see it, you're dumb as fuck. You're dumb as fuck if you can't see what's actually going on. I don't want to make this stream all about this. I'm not going to make this stream all about this. This motherfucker does not deserve that much of our time and energy. Jockster, that is from literally the video that he did tonight. Sorry, Jockster, I'm not yelling at you, by the way. I think you're fucking awesome. Welcome, everybody, by the way, who I didn't say hello to. But this is from his speech that he gave tonight, denouncing half the country as an enemy of the fucking Republic. Without using those literal words, he made it plain and clear. More than half the military he just called traitors, basically. Yes, I'm being a little bit hyperbolic. He tried to couch it in words that were reasonable. It was not reasonable. Now, I'm not going to be a total hypocrite and say that the side that I tend to root for hasn't done other hyperbolic shit of its own. But is it really hyperbolic? Is it really hyperbolic when they're telling us that people like me are violent and dangerous when we haven't lifted a single fucking brick? Meanwhile, that other side has torched entire fucking cities. Are we really going to sit here and fucking look at that and just kind of hang our heads? Stand up for your fucking selves. Half of you motherfuckers never had a fight in your life. Half of you motherfuckers never had anybody put their finger in your face and make you feel small so that you had to stand up. It's time. Stop backing the fuck down from your friends and family that want to call you names because you don't think like them. I'm not saying to do anything violent, by the way. I am never going to say that. And even if it's time to do that, I'm not going to say it. Because you'll know. You won't need me to tell you when that time comes. I probably won't be on camera no more. With any luck, it'll never happen. I'm hoping it doesn't. So if you want to unfollow, you want to be pissed, you want to turn this video off, you might want to say, can we talk about spiritual stuff and blah, blah, blah. Yes, I'm here to give you your escapism. I'm here to do that because that's what I do. I'm into that. But there are times, like when a storm's coming, of a spiritual leader, and excuse me for saying that, a spiritual leader doesn't say what they see coming, they're not much of a spiritual person or a leader. What's up, Behemoth X? Actually, no, that's the cool thing about being Zen is I can portray a mask of whatever I want. And I only feel like a superficial distance version of it. I'm detached. I mean, I look at this, I laughed. I came out of the bathroom after watching it. Yeah, I watched it on the Bull. What's the better time for watching it? It's not worth my real time. Watching it on the fucking Bull, doing the paperwork, and I'm watching this asshole fucking speak. And I come out, and I said to my wife, that was the moment that Biden just torpedoed the entire globalist establishment effort here in the United States. It's over. That meme that I just showed, that right there, you don't come back from that. That was the fucking end. I'm telling you, I can feel like just something just went, oh, really? Like half America is looking at this going, are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? Even people who don't care. If you punch the camera you're talking into, are you still... I don't know. Yeah, you are. Actually, that'd be kind of cool. I should put a camera like on a fucking heavy bag and just go to town. See how long it lasts. I love you, Behemoth, brother. I love you. Tell me in the comments, guys. What do you think? Did you watch the speech yet? It only happened a while ago. I'm sure most of you didn't because most of you got a life. I don't. This is my life. Did you guys watch the speech? Did you watch Biden spending a half hour looking like fucking baby Hitler? Actually, excuse me, ancient Hitler? Here, let me put it back on the screen for y'all who didn't see it. Anybody who was late. Let me put it on the screen so you can fucking see. Look at that guy right there. Look at that motherfucker. You see him? Look at that. That's not a Photoshop, except the obey part. That part's a Photoshop. That's not a Photoshop, man. He's literally sitting there looking like fucking Emperor Palpatine, and Hitler had a goddamn baby and it grew old. I have never, I'm a 45-year-old man and I love history. I have never seen anything like this in anybody's lifetime that might be listening to this. The last time we saw anything, they like to compare the orange Cheeto man to Hitler. Goofball as he is, they like to compare him to fucking Hitler. Yo, you don't come back from this. That is an that is, in politics there's something called optics. That is an optics death blow, what just happened tonight. That is an optics death blow for Biden. That's an optics death blow for the globalists, for everything that anybody who voted for this guy. You really got to be like in a dark night of the soul tonight. You really got to be sitting there going like, did I really enable this? Did I really just enable this with my vote? All 14 of you who voted for him, are you sitting there really going, this was cool? If you go on Twitter right now, and if you follow anybody at all who's remotely like I am, right-leaning or whatever, your feed's going to be full of this shit. People are pissed. People are pissed, and rightfully so. And rightfully so. Again, I'm not going to say that there was never any hyperbolic partisan stuff coming from this side. This was like, there was a bar and it was kind of low, I guess. This bar just went like through the floor. Like the bar has now been lowered to like there is no bar. Like you could literally like lay on the ground and be over the bar. I've never fucking seen. Okay, so what does this mean though? I am worried about it. I don't mean I'm scared. I'm not as scared. I don't get scared like other people do. I mean, I do. When I am, I tell you. What does this mean? Okay. What does it mean to have a sitting president declare literally more than half? I'm telling you, it's more than half. It's not like half. It's more than half. More than half of the politically active people in this country, to declare them to be enemies of democracy and insane and everything else that he just said. I'm paraphrasing because I'm not about to go through. I mean, I could. The things that were said were literally dehumanizing. They were not about unity. They were not about healing anything. They were not about trying to fix anything. It wasn't I get it. You don't like me. Let's try to work together. There was nothing diplomatic. It was literally laying the groundwork for something which history tells us is a bad thing. Okay. When I say a bad thing, I mean, there was like 6 million people, You know what I'm talking about, right? We're literally talking about I'm look, the fact that I can't even say it because I'm on an enemy platform should tell you everything. I can't tell you what I mean to tell you because if I say it, I could be shut down. If I tell you that I don't trust what happened in 2020 when it came to what they did with our votes, and I don't put some kind of a disclaimer on it, I can get shadow banned. I can get a strike. The fact that even just that, if that's not enough for you, if you're living in the la la land where this is just Thorne being paranoid or something, if that's your la la land, I hope you never wake up. I hope you never do because, and unfortunately you're not gonna have a choice, but I hope you never wake up because when you wake up, it's going to hurt so bad. It's really going to fucking hurt when you wake up one day and go, wait, what did happen? Why do I remember people like Thorne warning me and I didn't listen? Everybody tonight, when you're done with this stream, I want you to go And I want you to read or find a reading of the poem The Hangman by Maurice Ogden. If you do not look for Maurice Ogden tonight and listen to that poem, you're really making a mistake. Okay, because I have sort of lived my life by the Maurice Ogden poem, The Hangman. I sort of have. I have done more than most to try to be a voice for people that get railroaded by everybody. When there's a moral panic, I look and I go, okay, is this fair or not? I look for the nuance and I try I try not to let the hangman have them without a fight, unless it's really obvious that they got it coming. I am cool with being friends with unpopular people if I think they're being unfairly targeted. I am cool with the underdog. I do not like when the hangman comes and no one speaks up. Even for the guilty, I don't like when no one speaks up. I don't think that's okay. That means that even in the side that I should be popular with, I have a bone to pick sometimes. Sounds like a bunch of virtue signaling, doesn't it? Maybe. All right. I don't want to dwell on this tonight. I don't want to make this the only thing I talk about. But I wanted you guys to hear it. So what does this mean? What does this mean in the long term? I keep telling you guys something surreal is coming. I don't know when, and I don't know what. There is a surreal thing going to happen. And here's the problem with making a statement like that. It's like, I can claim anything is it, right? I can say, oh, we had a hurricane, that's it. No, I mean something like war. I mean something like our own government turning on us, a false flag. I mean something like that. That's what I'm talking about. Something surreal, like 9/11 surreal. Something like that. And I don't know when or what. I am hoping that I'm wrong, because even if I'm right, even if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter. It's going to suck. The rhetoric that we are seeing coming from the government right now is what they always do as a pretext to war in any other country. When you have the American government talking about threats to democracy of a country, usually what follows is we find oil and we have to go liberate them. Suddenly there's weapons of mass destruction. Suddenly there is a bombing. There's a reason, and we end up having to go liberate them next. The rhetoric that we're hearing coming out of the occupant's mouth, he's not the fucking president. I'm sorry, he's not. I don't normally say that. Normally, I don't care. He's the president. He's not. I don't give a fuck. Not my fucking president. The things coming out of this person's mouth are a prelude to what, if we were watching this in any other country, we'd be saying that motherfucker's about to gas half his people. Yes, I'm saying that. It sounds hyperbolic. You don't say that in this country. You just don't. It's not said. It's not done that way. You know how far gone things have to be for that to be said? Trust me. People are going to be like, Thorne, I watched it and I didn't hear that part. No, go look. It's there. It's there. So what I'm anticipating is probably something like a false flag, like a Reichstag fire. And then these motherfuckers are going to try to crush the opposition. They'll do it tastefully. They'll do it, they're not going to come around door to door and round up dear old Thorne. What they're going to do is there's going to be a false flag event that they're going to, they're going to do it sometime between now and probably the election. That's my gut. That's when it would make sense. But it could be after that, before the other side takes office, because the other side's going to win the shit out of this. Trust me on that. If they don't, it's because they rigged everything. So that it's in their best interests to false flag us before, start some kind of a roundup of potential dissidents that are, you know, that they can use as a wedge. And they're going to try to say, like, we need to, like, delay the election. That's like, you know, like the worst nightmare. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm saying that's like, if I was going to put like my worst fears on the table, that's what I think could happen. I'm going to say it's like 20 or 30%. It's not zero. Okay. It should be zero. That should never be more than zero. That, what I just told you, should never be anything above 0% chance. If it's 1 to anything, that's bad. And we're like 20 or 30% chance that that's what they're going to do before the midterms. They're going to stage something. They're going to blame it on people. They're going to round up some people, not me and you, but high level people. They're going to round up like Bannon and Trump and people like that. They're going to try to round them up. They're going to try to suspend the elections to say that they've got to do some kind of cleanup and make sure we're all safe so our democracy is protected from these evil MAGA people. Will it go that far? Like I said, 20% is not much of a chance, but it should never be even more than zero. The fact that it's a possibility should make the hair on the back of your neck stand all the way up, and you should be determined not to let them get away with it. All right. I don't want to talk about this much more. I don't know. What do you guys want me to talk about? Should I end this? Are we done with this conversation? Get that fucking ugly motherfucker off my other screen. Fuck that motherfucker. I'm not seeing the chat in the right order because, yep. Well, look at that. They were censoring you guys. Look at that. Just want you guys to know, when I put it on top chat, most of the comments weren't coming through. As soon as I put it on live chat, about a dozen chats that I didn't see popped up. They are censoring you guys right now. I know it does. Oh, but it's top chat. Why is it top chat? What makes it top chat? What makes one thing more important to see than others? You don't like each other's fucking chats. So why would some of them be rated higher? I have to put it on live chat to see what you guys are fucking saying. Why is that? What are you guys saying that's so bad? Anybody see V for Vendetta? I didn't see that comment because it was hidden. What's the possibility of a civil war? Didn't see that because that was hidden. The Saudi crown prince, who's behind some seriously sketchy shit, is everyone's best friend now. Energy prices are going up, and he's the one to watch. Of course. That's right, Stu. So what's the possibility of civil war? By definition, very low. By definition of what a civil war is, meaning armies of two different parts of the country fighting, very, very, very low. Not zero, but very, very low. That doesn't mean it won't go up. Long term, anybody can guess. Short term, like pretty much zero. The only way that would happen is if several states banded together and said, we're not going to do what the federal government says, and they use their state militias and National Guard to resist the federal or the other states. It's the only thing that I would consider a civil war. Before that, you could get civil unrest, though. I think civil unrest is guaranteed no matter what happens, because let's say, for example, Donald Trump gets back in, especially before 24. Let's say the midterms go the right way, with the way they should, to be honest with you. And Trump's people win in the key states that he's aiming for. Decertification of 2020 is very likely. I'm going to say that that's very high probability, followed by all hell breaking loose. If decertification happens, all hell's going to break loose. If impeachment happens, all hell's going to break loose. Basically, if the left is in any way threatened in their hegemony of power, all hell's going to break loose. When I say all hell's going to break loose, it's going to be them doing what they did in 2020. For the Trumpy MAGA types to do that would require something extraordinary. I don't even know if imprisoning Trump would do it. I'm not even sure that arresting Trump would do it. They'd have to do more than just they'd have to arrest him run him through a kangaroo court, put him in Gitmo, shit like that. It would take something like that. Just arresting him would probably cause demonstrations. It would cause probably some rioting, like low-level rioting. I don't think it would cause, like, you know, end of days shit. I think people would be pissed. I think people would be taking the streets. I think some Gandhi type shit would be going on. I think there'd be some legitimate sit-ins and shit. You might get a few yahoos doing some dumb shit. That's the worry, which is why they're, you know, they're likely to try. That's why they're likely to try, even if they fail. They would love nothing more than if a bunch of yahoos were like, fuck it, let's do something, and went off half-cocked and gave them an excuse. All they need is for maybe even one guy, a lone guy, to just lose his mind and go do something like, do you guys remember when Trump was elected? What happened within a few months? There was a shooting at a baseball game targeting Republicans. Now, if that happened now, they would start rounding. I'm telling you, they would do something. Something huge would shift. Like they would say, we got him. And they would start immediately. Trump would be getting called. Everybody would be in trouble. Their finger is on the trigger and they're just itching. They want to squeeze it, but we're not giving them a good enough excuse. They can't manufacture the consent that they need to kill us all. People are pissed. I'm not afraid to tell you guys, people are pissed. I walk around, I talk to people. At my day job, people come in and you can tell within seconds what kind of person you're dealing with. If they're wearing a mask, I know to just not even, don't even bring up this shit. Don't bring it up at all, because I know what it's going to be. I instantly know if they got a mask on, if I bring up any of this, they're going to call me a Trumpy. They're going to say this and that. I already know where I'm standing with them. That's why I like the masks. The masks are a good thing. I hope they keep wearing them. It's pretty funny, but it's sad at the same time that a mask is a political symbol, but it is. In fact, it's better than a red fucking MAGA hat. MAGA hat isn't intentional. I'm signaling something. The mask is even worse because it's like they're signaling without even meaning to. But I bring this stuff up with people. You know, it comes up because people will be paying a bill and it's like $1,000 or something for some plants, and they'll be like signing off. I'm like, yeah, you know, we'll get to talking just a little bit. I'm like, you know, somehow it'll just come up like, yeah, times are tough, and like I can tell by how they answer that, like what they think. I know instantly where they're sitting, and people are pissed. People are pissed like never before. The sleeping giant is pretty awake. They know what's going on. The problem is that the other side controls the media. They control big tech. They control movies and television. They control all the major apparatuses of power, the reins, but they don't control the horses. See, this is a great analogy, and that is the riding of horses analogy. Okay, anybody who's ever ridden a horse, in the comments, everybody, let me know. Have you ever ridden a horse? Give me a hands up, or give me a yes, or tell me about your horse or something. If you've ever ridden an animal before, not in a sex way, guys. Come on now. If you've ever ridden a horse, give me a thumbs up or something. If you've ever ridden a horse, you know that no matter what you do, that horse is really who's in control. You may hold the reins. You may kick it in the fucking ribs. You can do whatever you think is going to tell that horse. If that horse decides to go left, it's going left. If that horse decides to buck you off, you're coming off. Holding the reins don't mean shit. That's the message of Fight Club, by the way. That's another thing. How the fuck can we be living in a world where Fight Club was such a major influence on people, and half the people are fucking totally like pitiful right now? Like, how the hell did that happen? How do we go from Fight Club being like one of the most popular movies everywhere, where people are emulating it and saying like that's like totally legit, and now everyone's just like, I'm a pussy. Don't fight everybody. Let's all just trust the government. Oh, Cloaked. I know what you're saying, bro. And hopefully that means you're going to vote the right way. But in all seriousness, I feel you, man. I mean, do you guys honestly think that I like being like obsessed with this shit? Do you think that like a guy like me is watching this because I've got a mental screw loose? No, I'm the person, I can see what's going on. And so it's like, guys, we're all gonna die. Like, don't you know? Like, don't you watch? Don't you pay attention? This is like, all right, imagine like we're all like in a bus and everyone is like sitting there reading and playing games and playing on their phone and shit. And the bus driver's like swerving off the road towards a fucking cliff. And I'm sitting there going, guys, we're going off the cliff. And some asshole next to me is like, sit the fuck down. You're being too loud. Can't we just talk about magic and stuff? You're too political. You're paying too much attention to the road, Thorne. Just enjoy the ride. Oh, you're just mad because he's going off to the right and not the left. Oh, that's you're just a partisan. You just are mad because you wanted to keep going straight. Oh, are you kidding me? I know I sound unhinged, but we're about to go off a cliff at this rate. I don't think we are. That's the thing. Here's the thing you guys got to understand, okay? Part of doing what I do requires being animated and emotional about it. It requires giving you guys like the perspective. Okay? Am I that upset? On some level, I'm not upset at all because I know how this turns out. And it doesn't turn out that bad. Okay? The problem is getting there. And the problem is I am sensitive to the energy of this because it's just what I am. As a psi vampire, as a spiritual person, I can feel this stuff the way you can't. Not you, all of you. I mean, in general, most people can't. Maybe some of you can feel it too. But some people can feel. I can feel what's going on. And when I'm in a counter, like when I'm online and I'm arguing with people like on Twitter, I can feel when the person I'm arguing with is a genuine person who cares and when they're just a shill troll bot type of person. When they're just a troll. And when I am dealing with the troll, it hurts actually a lot more. I care about the person who's genuinely confused. I do care about them. But when I'm dealing with a troll, I feel like the barbs that they're shooting off at me. I can feel it. I can feel that energy. It's one of the reasons why I'm a little introverted, but at the same time extroverted, right? I'm extroverted because I do like people and I like to feed off things and but I don't like being, I like being the center of attention, but then I like fading back into the darkness again, right? I don't like being always in the spotlight. And if I am, that makes me sick, just like if I'm being targeted all the time, right? So like I can feel, like when I'm in a crowd of people, just like when I'm with one person, I can feel their mood towards me and I can deduce what they're thinking pretty accurately. Like it's pretty uncanny. I can do it through text. Did it with my son the other day. Before anything was said what was wrong, I knew something was wrong. So I'm not saying it's always right. I'm saying it's right enough of the time I've learned to trust it implicitly. Now imagine you're at a party and you can tell when that person doesn't like what you're wearing. You can tell when that person doesn't like what you said. You can tell that that person thinks you're nuts. That person thinks and that person thinks you're cool. And you can tell without them saying it. Like everybody's giving off, like imagine you could see like a color that other people can't, or like a hidden dialogue box or something. Imagine you could see a color people can't, and you know that other people, like, so imagine you give off a color that tells people what your emotions are, but no one else can see it. Not even you don't even know you're doing it. But now imagine that there's someone who can see that color. That's me. I can see the color that you get, like an aura, but it's not a visual thing. It's a lot like an aura, but it's not a visual thing. I can feel what you feel, but not in an empathy way. Cause I'm not, people say like, I'm empathic. I can feel, I'm not empathic like I feel what you feel, like it happens to me feel, but I can feel it like I can feel the anger coming off of you. I can feel it radiating off of you. I don't become angry. I can feel it. Okay. And that's not limited to just one person. And it's not limited to just the people that are around me. I can feel it in the, right? I know it sounds nuts, guys. I know it totally sounds fucking nuts, but it comes with the territory. I'm sure if I read the comments, a couple of people are going to say, yep. My wife says, DH Thorne, how many times have I said wished we were all wrong? Not quite sure. Maybe I missed the word.
Oh, about us, what we think.
Oh. Yeah, like knowing
we were just nuts.
Yeah. It would be nice. DH Thorne to Dave and Kiko tear it up. What is that? Oh! Yeah, that's my wife already answered that. 11 days away. Yeah, that's not, we didn't do that yet. We will definitely post pictures, assuming we're not all locked up at that point.
They might be too.
They might, yeah, you know, Megadeth might get locked up too.
They might be locked up before.
He's pretty anti-Biden right now. I remember we went to go see him last year, and he was fucking ranting about the president. And I was so happy to see it, because usually it's the other way around. It was so refreshing. Look, I'd rather nobody says anything.
Awake.
Like, I want to be clear here. I don't like politics in everything. I think that's gotta, like, I can't wait for this time to be over and we stop doing that. I want to get back to just being able to have fucking music and television shows, okay? Including me doing streams that this never comes up again. I would love that. Believe me, I would love to just be fucking talking about anything else. And I usually do lately. And I'm not gonna, I know, I'm dwelling on it tonight. But it was refreshing to have someone say the other side for once. Usually it's only from one direction. Usually you're constantly being demoralized and browbeaten how bad you are. Oh, there's some, hey, there he is, dude. We got to hang out, man. It's been a little minute. I mean, some guy I've never heard of, Toing. Dave Ellefson has some really interesting stories about using black magic when he was a younger fellow and seeing it work left and right. Yes. Way to get us back onto the subject of magic. Speaking of which, a lot of the things that are going on right now. So I just conferred with one of the central figures, probably, I guess you could call him my right-hand man in the Shadowgate project. And I conferred with him tonight. He's been laying low, okay? This is a guy, excuse me, I've been drinking some soda. Ooh. This is a guy who, I don't know what he wants me to say about him. I don't think he cares too much. This is a guy, we'll just say he has some military experience, okay? And, oh, great. I'm glad you're doing good, brother. He says, what's up, my brother? We do need to hang out. Life is good. I'm doing good. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. You know where to catch me, dude. You know, let's set something up and do a hangout. We don't have to make it a video online. Just talk or some shit, whatever. I recommend Mortuary Assistant, by the way. You probably like it. And everybody go to that guy's, I'm going to do this wrong. Odyssey. Go to his Odyssey channel. I thought you were on Rumble, but you're on Odyssey. Go to the Odyssey channel that guy with the green logo there is talking about. He's got a great channel on Odyssey. Some of you guys might even have heard of. I don't know who he is. Just apparently he's a person that exists. I don't think he's ever had a YouTube account before. So, because it would be wrong to do that. Fuck yeah, man. Oh, man. But I was conferring with my right-hand man on the Shadowgate project, and I'm going to read to you what I said to him a little bit. I'm going to give you like a little synopsis. So I said to them, let's see, where did I put it? So I said, if we want to say that our magic causes things, then in a way our Shadowgate project may have helped throw a massive monkey wrench into their plans. We are all part of the awakening, and to be honest, I think enough people know now that the truth is out there and that the other side is going to fall. And I say truth in all caps because the American people will never know the full truth, and that's true. The full truth you guys will never know. No, none of us will. We are only ever going to see what, you know, us lower echelon folk would ever see. We're never going to see the truth. I can tell you in non-specific terms, because I don't know specifics, but I can tell you just from channeling, just from intuition, that the Trump and Co. side, as I am often a fan of, they are the cabal too. They're the same group of people that are doing this to us, except so this is what's really going on. Let me give you the hidden history, the hidden reality, what's going on. Right now, there is a civil war going on with the globalist, New World Order, Illuminati, cabal, whatever you want to call them, whatever your pet name for them is. There's a civil war that's been going on for a few years now. And it's actually World War III. It's equal to World War III. World War III is already happening. We're in the middle of it right now. It's just not being shot. It's not being done with rockets and bombs and guns. World War IV, they'll call it World War III, but World War IV will be with the guns if it happens. We're in the middle of World War III right now. Yes, Mr. Quieting. Mortuary Assistant is fucking awesome. In fact, I may play a little bit of that again tonight. I may not. I have to see how I feel. The wife said she'd like to play something with me perhaps tonight. I might do a little bit of Sea of Thieves. I don't know. We'll see in a minute. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm kind of in a ranty mood, so we'll see how we go. But I can tell you guys that there is a civil war. I know this for a fact. This is not debatable. Okay, I don't have specifics, but I know that this is a civil war within the cabal. This is why certain individuals are not being killed. In any other period in history, if an outsider did what DJT did, he'd be dead before he got even close to the throne. I do not believe for a minute that his security is so good that he can stop everything. I don't believe that. So, none of them are what I would call a good guy. I support one side over the other. But it's like, one side wants to, how do I put this, right? You gotta think strategically long term. We've got a problem. Okay, here's a problem, and this is sort of off topic, but it's the same topic. And yes, Stu Henry, New World Order, one government, one military, all about centralized control. Don't get me wrong, the DJT side, at the end of a long rainbow, they've got the same plan. It's just their version of it's different. Their version of it is we get there by way of open air, like open air tax farms, right? Like you won't know that you're on a farm, but you are. They want to, and they're not going to make it. They're not opposed to upward mobility. It's more meritocratic in nature. They'll never let you at the upper echelon of power, but they'll let you rise through the ranks, no problem. The other side wants factory farm human beings. They want to put us on a factory farm. So there's an argument right now between the two opposing, farmers, which system to use. Which one do you think I want? Neither one. But which one am I going to tolerate more? Maybe in some way it would be better if the factory farmer guys win, because then we'd have a reason to throw this all off. Well, maybe there's a reason to side with that, maybe. But if they win, you won't throw it off. That's the difference. If they win, you will never have a hope. They will crush everything. They've done it before. Well, how do you think we got here? How do you think we got everything up until the Enlightenment era? That was the system. It took thousands of years for humanity to throw that off. Thousands. And if they get it again this time with the technology and shit they're going to have, you're never throwing that off again. It's never coming off. Once they put those shackles on you again with the technology they got now, you are never getting out of it. Alexander C, once again, coming in with the comments that I love. You will live in the pod and the bugs will be eaten and you will be happy. You will be happy. And if you are not my Liebchen, you will die. Ja. I mean, you will be happy. There's no dying here. Fucking psychos. You ever see that guy, Klaus Schwab's outfit? Damn, I'm jealous of that guy's outfit. Why does evil have to look so good? Why? Why? Why can't evil just look like fucking, I don't know, like Mormons or something? No offense to any Mormons watching this, but why can't evil look like Mormons? Fucking damn it. Why can't evil look like the dudes with the blue Nikes on? Like, why has evil got to look cool? Why has it got to be black capes and shit? Why has it got to be my aesthetics? What's up, Julie Bonilla? I haven't seen you in a while, Junior Bonilla. What's up? Yes, my Liebchen. My Liebchen. I need, fuck, I'm always going to say his name wrong. My little German friend, who I love, Larissa Tybark, or Acerla Krabat, whichever way you like to say it. I need him on, so we can say it beautifully. His voice is ridiculous. He should do voice acting. He's got such a great voice. Anybody follow his channel? I think I could do voice acting. It's fucking awesome. Same thing with Behemoth. Behemoth X and Acerla need to get together and do voice acting. Like, it would be fantastic. I would watch that shit all day long. Oh, quitting, my brother. I think that you and I both would pull that off, like, even better. No, I think that he pulls it off good. He looks like a dork because he's like an old ass man. I think that if he like had any kind of like, you know, physical attractiveness to him, I think he'd pull that off. Like, all right, let's be brutally honest. Who here watched the old V series from the 80s? Who here watched that and then look at Klaus Schwab and his fucking leathery vesticle thing? How can you look at that and not go, are these lizard people or what? Like, are they lizard people? Are they fucking eating hamsters when they go behind the stage? Is that what they're doing? It wouldn't surprise me even a little bit. What's up, Gogo? How is Croatia anyway? You know, I found out that, how close is Croatia to Cyprus? Isn't it close? I found out that I have like 7% of my DNA comes from Cyprus. So I guess I got brown in me after all, or some kind of brown anyway. Lizards do eat bugs. Oh my God, Purple Wrench, Shrieking Violet, you're right. That's right, Julie. We call it a vesticle. Dude, it's a cool looking vesticle. Look up Klaus Schwab and his robes. Dude, why does evil have to have the best tailor? Why? Why? Why do they have to look good? I can't do an accent right now. Me too, watch the old V series. Yeah, you know. Dude, picture fucking, what was her name? The lead bitch from V. Like, what was her name? The head of the lizard people. Oh my God, what was her name? Picture her, but that's Klaus Schwab. It's like the same. Yes, dude. It's also got Phoenician. Like, if you go back in the ancient times, that was Phoenicia, right? I'm pretty sure Cyprus was Cyprus Phoenicia? Now I feel stupid. Come on, guy. You always know your shit. Not today. I got to look it up. Sorry about the, yeah. Yeah, Phoenician and ancient Cypriots. Yeah. Was Cyprus a Phoenician? Well, they were present in Cyprus probably anyway. But yeah, there's a lot of like, there could be some Semitic, you know, DNA flying around in me. That'd be pretty cool. I would love to be a giant mutt. I want a little bit of everything. Like, you know, if I could have my way, like I would be like everything, and there would be, and you could like test it all and be like, there isn't one that you're like, I want to be a perfect mutt. I want it all. Like, I think it's all cool. Like, I am a human being, a citizen of Earth. I look at all human, you know, ethnicities and racial backgrounds as fucking awesome. I think there's something cool in all of them, and I fucking love them all. I know it sounds nuts, but I'm totally sincere about this. I look at everywhere in the world. Like, if you were to take me on a plane and drop me off just some random spot on the planet that wasn't like America, if I could talk and integrate, I would just have the time. I would love it. I love human culture, all of it. I think it's all cool as shit. There's some I think are cooler, but I love it all. Like, send me to New Zealand. I want to fucking go hang out with the Maori. Yeah, People of Earth is a good show, Miss Wrench. I'm gonna call you Miss Wrench now. People of Earth is a cool show. Wait, what'd you say about religion, Wyatt? You got, hold on, what'd you say? Did I miss it? Part of this whole thing, blah 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 blah. Must have been skipping over your comments there, Wyatt. I think it's your new profile pic. I don't see you as clearly. Everybody else is all dark and brooding or white and stuff, and you're like, you know. Yeah, I don't see the comment. Maybe it got deleted.
Reptilians.
Was it?
Yeah.
If you have it, you can read it to me.
Reptilians from Saturn are infiltrating the government to use us as gold mining slaves to fuel our salt water.
Okay. Number one, any alien theory that goes, they're here for our resources is, can I say this anymore? Is retarded. And I'll tell you why. If you go into space, let's say your thing is gold, right? Let's say your thing is gold. There's so much more gold in space than there is on Earth. It's so much easier to get to. If you've got starships that can fly between planets or between solar systems, you could get gold so much easier just by going to like the rocks that are floating. I'm just telling you guys that almost all the gold from Earth came from crashing here in asteroids. The gold that was here is in the center of the Earth because it's heavy. It all fell to the center. So, so the gold we have on the surface that we can get to is asteroid impacts. You can find way more gold and nickel and all kinds of cool shit in the asteroid belts than you'll find here. There's entire planets made of gold and diamond. There's like diamond stars and planets. There's just all kinds of weird shit out there. Very good, Mr. Quetting. So there is evidence. He says, the more evidence that comes out, the more I'm convinced that they, whatever they are not from another planet. Now, here's the thing. If there is aliens or if there's reptiles or any of that stuff, I'm going out on a long thing here. I don't think that there's reptiles walking around in human suits. I mean, if it happens, I'll be that dork that says, I knew it, but I'm putting it on the table. I don't think that's what's happening. But let's say that is what's happening, okay? I'm with you, Mr. Quetting, I've never heard of before, then definitely never had a YouTube channel before. If there is such a thing, then they are probably from here. They're probably pre-human, okay? They may have been a Saurian people that, you know, evolved and left Earth and came back and said, where'd all our fucking ancestors go? Oh, they turned into birds. So that is a maybe. I'm going to put that on the very highly maybe category, maybe. But I don't know. You know, I guess it's one of those things that until you and I are both abducted and getting anal probed at the same time, fucking high-fiving it, you know, I don't know, man. And that would be cool, by the way. Tell me, look, I'm not saying I want to get anal probed, but if I'm going to get anal probed, let it be on a spaceship with this Coetting guy. We'll be fucking high-fiving all. Woo! All right, you can laugh at that. That's a joke, everybody. I think we'd make the best of it. Not going to lie. I know for a fact we'd make the best of it. Oh, Alexander, I don't disagree with that. Now, here's the thing. When you say they're reptiles, though, what you see in the astral is a projection as much of your own as it is of theirs. So if you're in this astral space, whatever you want to describe what that is, okay, what you see is as much a projection of your own expectations and corruptions as it is from them. So if you're seeing reptile because that's your association with that energy. When I go into the astral and I think of vampiric entities draining us all, I see shadows. Who's more accurate? Neither one of us is accurate. What's accurate is that we sense the vampiric drain. That much is true. That vampiric drain is what they are. The reptile or the shadow is the form it takes, but what they are is a vampiric drain. So think of it like that. So a lot of people get hung up on like what they see and they go, oh, there's reptiles there for sure. And they go, that means that everybody's got to see reptiles now. Like they try to you can't make the astral objective. People try, and this is why we get wars about religion. You cannot make the astral or whatever you want to call that as objective and make it like everyone's got to see the same thing or it's not real. There's a reason it's the astral, okay? If it was objective like this was, we wouldn't call it the astral, we'd call it something else. I promise you. Science would have it confirmed, we'd all be talking about it. It would be like the internet, but for your soul. The astral is something subjective. It will always be, so is the material reality, but we have a way of agreeing on that. The astral is a different kind of thing. It's an internal thing. It's all internal, like the website. It's a cool website too. So it's not that the astral is fluid so much, Alexander, as is your perception. Your perception is what is malleable. You see, the reality you see is not an objective reality, no matter if it's this or the astral. What you see is what your ability to see allows. In fact, half of the book I'm currently writing is all about that. That's why it might be hard for me to speak about, because it's like, it takes chapters to really define what I'm getting at. But think of it like the desktop of your computer. Your computer has a desktop overlay, and there's pictures for things. So you have a picture that's a waste paper basket, and that means you're deleting files. And you have some things that look like file folders. And if you drag that file folder to the waste paper basket, whoosh, it's gone. But there's no actual file folder on your computer at all. There isn't even, look, the thing that's going on in your computer is so abstract compared to how your brain works that you can't even relate to it. You need a desktop to relate to it. So the world that you see as a mortal being is a desktop, whether it be this or the astral. It's a desktop. It's like it's a virtual space. It's not real. It's a simulacrum. The things you see, though, represent something that is real. The thing that is real, that enigmatic reality, that unknowable enigmatic reality, is what Plato was trying to get at with his idea of forms, but he didn't get far enough. When you're talking about Plato's theory of forms, you're still talking about an idealized mental desktop image. So when Plato's talking about an ideal sphere, for example, you see, when you have the idea of a sphere, that is still filled with the sensuality of mortality. There's still a visual component and a sensory component. And even if you're just going to draw it on paper or use the math, those are all sensual things. They're not the actual the actual reality of a sphere is you cannot understand. It is an enigma. The actual highest reality of what a sphere is an enigma. It looks like nothing. There is no value to it, but you know it when you see it. It's kind of like when people say, like, I don't know what it is, but I know it when I see it. That's what reality is. Okay? And that's why it's a little challenging for us. So, yes, yeah. So Plato's theory of forms so I prefer the Indian idea of Maya. That's more my speed. I think it's a mirage, but I think that mirage is representative. Just like all mirages, when you see a mirage, there isn't really water there, but it does represent rippling air. There is a cause for it. It's not like it just happens willy-nilly. There is a first cause, if you will, to the simulation that we see. This is why when I hear people talking about, oh, we live in a simulation, I start nodding my head till they start talking about how it's a computer in another dimension or some shit. And then I go, nope, you lost the script already. You're still thinking in terms of what we think of as real. The simulation we're living in is not being run on a galactic computer somewhere. The simulation we're living in is something that the divine is doing, that God is doing. It's a mental simulation. Close your eyes right now and imagine bouncing a ball. Can you do that? Everybody for a minute, stop typing. Whatever you're typing, stop. I want you to close your eyes and I want you to imagine bouncing a basketball. Can you do that? Bonk, bonk, bonk. That was a simulation. Now imagine that you're a god and that when you imagine shit, it is so real that it looks like this. That's you. You're like God imagining you're whoever you think you are right now. And it's such a vivid imagination daydream, you can't tell it's not real. That's a very good analogy. It's not perfect, but it's very good. Because you still got to explain, well, what the hell is a ball and shit, right? But it's all based on, just like every imaginary thing you've ever thought of is based on something. If you've ever had a dream, everything you've ever dreamt about is something that you know about. You don't dream about things you have no knowledge of. You can piece things together, right? But you can't invent a shape you've never seen in your dreams. It doesn't happen. No, Wyatt, your math is wrong. Infinity does not equal zero. That's nope. But So monism is, so non-duality is a form of monism. Non-duality and monism agree that there is one reality, one infinite, undivided reality. But what non-duality says specifically, though, that's different is that, and it's not that different, by the way. It's here's the thing, okay? There's a popular saying that all of these different religions are seeing the same thing and trying to say the same thing. That's not accurate. What it is that they're all pointing to the same source of truth. They're pointing. So imagine the parable of the three different monks touching an elephant. Okay. So there is the truth, which is the elephant, and you got three blind monks. Neither one of them can see. And the one monk, he used to be like a snake tamer, and he grabs the trunk of the elephant, and he doesn't know it's an elephant. He doesn't know what an elephant is. He's never seen one before. And he grabs the elephant's trunk and he thinks it's a snake. He says, I got a snake in my hands. The other one, he was an old lumberjack. And then he went blind and then he became a monk. He grabs the leg of the elephant and he goes, wow, this is one hell of a tree. It's a very squishy tree, but it is a tree. And the last one was a lion tamer, and he grabs the elephant's tail and he says, wow, that's a really big lion. He doesn't know that it's an elephant. None of them know it's an elephant, but they are all trying to describe the same truth. So there is Kabbalah, Neoplatonism, and Advaita Vedanta, Taoism to a different extent, Buddhism, most forms of animism, most of the main religions are rooted in one of those philosophies, by the way, so you can include Christianity and all that. Sikhs, Sikhism, all of this shit are trying to point at that same thing. In Kabbalah, they call it the Ein Sof. In Advaita, they would call it Brahman Atman, or one of those, or just one or the other. In Taoism, they would call it the Tao. In Neoplatonism, they call it the monad and the pleroma. It's the same thing. They're all pointing at the same monist truth with a different way of trying to describe it. They've all seen it, but they're all saying it differently. That's a really big, important thing. Everything is equivalent to nothing and vice versa. Too much thinking. Everything is. Don't worry about the equivalency. The primary rule of non-dual thinking is that everything is. Just put quotes around is and you're done. Everything is. Done. Anything you think afterwards is not it. That's why they have the words neti. Non-dualism is one of the most important things is neti, not it is this or is that. The opposite. Neti, not this, not that. So if you say it's everything and nothing, it's not that either. That's still too much. Yes, it's a description we can use in a vulgar way, but that's still not it. So let's see. Mr. Quetting says, Lovecraft called such shapes that we have not yet seen transdimensional objects, and he said that it is the task of the magus to materialize one. So yes, you have non-Euclidean geometry. That's what he was always talking about, was non-Euclidean shapes and spaces. He was talking about hyperdimensional, hyperspatial, hyperdimensional objects like hypercubes and shit like that. Whether he knew it or not, that's what he was talking about. He was talking about Klein bottles and things of that nature. And the reason those are important is because there is no strong physical evidence for such a thing, but there is theoretical, almost certainly, that there are dimensions, what we would call dimensions, that we have no mortal conception of. But they are probably there. There's probably an unlimited number of dimensionality. This is just to be honest. Yeah, Wyatt, don't worry about it, dude. You're not completely wrong. It's one of those things where it's like when someone approaches someone in a non-duality and says the universe is this, that, and the other thing, even if what they're saying is sensible, and even if what they're saying is literally parroting what they said a minute ago, the non-dualist is going to say no. because it's often the problem is that people take some of these things dogmatically and they parrot them when they're meant to be metaphors. So if you hear me describe the universe as everything and nothing, that is a metaphorical statement. That is not a literal statement. It's metaphorical. It's a way of pointing at the paradox. All possible antinomies, there we go. All possible antinomies together at once cancel themselves out. What are you left with? Nothing? Well, it wouldn't be nothing because it's a whole bunch of everything there. What is that? Well, it's both. It's everything and nothing, but it's not zero. Zero is nothing. Everything, infinity is everything. Non-duality is neither yet both and yet neither. There is no definition for it. It just is. It's netty, not this, not that. That's why, like, even if you're parroting what I said, I'm going to fucking shit on it and say, that's not what it is. Yes, the Tao that can be told is not the true Tao. Correct, Alexander C. Exactly. The To, if you're from Cantonese culture, the Tao, if you're from, I think that's how you say it. I need to get my Chinese speaking friends back from high school. Parroting Lao Tzu, yeah. Parroting Lao Tzu. I fucking love Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu's good. My favorite thing he ever said, and he said a lot of things that are my favorite, but one of my favorite things he ever said was the virtue that's aware of its virtue is not virtuous. I love that one, because that is one we need to hear over and over and over right now, especially on the woke side of the fence. Stu said, science can't explain everything. That's why CERN is trying to understand how the universe came to be, and about the God particles also. I love CERN. I love what they're trying to do. I love science. Everybody knows, and I fucking hate the IFL website, but I do fucking love science. I really do. I love what science has discovered. I love physics. I could just sit there and listen to people like Carl Sagan over and over and over again. I love the updates to things. I love quantum physics and all that good shit. I love it all. You can ask my wife. There's times I sit there and I watch shit and it's like math, and I'm not even good at math, and I just sit there going, interesting, but yes, indubitably. So here's the deal. Here's the problem, not with science. Science is fine. Science is a tool and it's perfectly fine. Here's the problem though, is that science becomes a dogma and scientists become politicized. And I don't just mean like Biden versus Trump politics. I mean, within scientific academia, there's politics. There's fads and there's cultural trends and there's things like that. And they are no less dogmatic than the church was during the 1500s. They're just as dogmatic. There's no difference. Okay, you're not allowed, if you're in the scientific community and you say the wrong thing about the coof, you say the wrong thing about climate change, you say the wrong thing about, you're getting fucking shut out of the system. Okay. Science has veered off into insanity because they have, I don't want to be too precise on this because this is just an outside observer's, opinion. They have gotten very Aristotelian and they've abandoned too much Plato when they should be taking Plato and Aristotle and putting them together. But they've become very cult of bumping particles, mathematician type of thing. They are not interested in reality. They're interested in models of reality. And the problem is that they reify those models and declare that they now are masters of the universe because they now understand the laws of nature. Here's a tip for anybody who doesn't get it. There are no laws in nature at all. People are like, Thorne, that's bullshit. I know there's laws in nature. If I drop this, it falls. That's the law of gravity that did that. No, the law of gravity didn't do that. Nature did that. Nature is lawless. We make laws to try to describe what nature does. All of our physics, all of our science, all of the laws of nature, all of these things, right? The strong force, the weak force, quarks and gluons, quantum fields. None of those things are real. They are words, models, pictographs, like the Egyptian hieroglyphs. that we use to describe what we experience as reality. But reality is none of those things. Reality is not governed by physical laws at all. Reality is what decides for us what physical laws we see. In other words, reality is, we observe it and we note what it did, and then we say that's the laws. But at any point, those laws can change. And people are going to say, well, Thorne, that's not true because they're physical. We know they're laws because they don't change. That's what, excuse me. I don't have a degree, but people who do will happily tell you that when we rewind the clock, the laws of nature do appear to have a beginning, a point where they came to be. If they can come to be, that should tell you everything right there. If it can be created, it can be destroyed. It can be changed. Now, there is something called quantum vacuum decay that scientists are fucking terrified of. They understand there's a theory that goes that the entire universe came about because of quantum decay. Okay. I think it's called quantum decay, vacuum decay, whatever it is. That the universe began because whatever energy field was involved was at a higher energy level state, and because of quantum tunneling went down a notch. In so doing, it released all of the energy of the Big Bang, and boom, we get a universe. And that can happen again. That can happen now, in theory. You could have whatever this energy state is that the universe is currently existing at. There could be a point somewhere in the universe where it drops one more level of energy down. Could be a little tiny half a step, just a little boop. That little bit of a change would cause all of the laws of nature to change from that point going out at the speed of light. You wouldn't know it till it hit you. And when it hit you, you would just get deleted and rebooted. It's literally like the nothing from the never-ending story, just going out in all directions at the speed of light. And you wouldn't even know it happened. You would just cease to exist. They literally understand that the laws of nature could change at any moment. It's built into the system because the laws of nature do not govern anything. The laws of nature are observations. By definition, science is about what can be observed. It is an observational system. When they say there's a photon there, there's no photon there. Photons are detections of light. They are digitized, they are quantized, they are bits of information that come from a detection. It is the leading point of a wave function striking an object. That's your photon. That's right, Alexander. See, the term science is just a Trojan horse for promoting the climate change agenda and raising. Now, you know, of course, because people are fucking fanatics, they think that if you don't believe in climate change, that you're anti-environment or something. Motherfucker, if it was up to me, we would be putting a lot of climate things first, just because I like to live in clean air and clean water. Okay? I'm not saying that we have to like give up our lifestyles completely or anything, but I will say that, yeah, I'd like them to clean up the fucking oceans a little bit. All right? I'd like you to not make it so that there's fucking microplastic nanoparticles in every goddamn thing. If they take your body and check deep enough, they find fucking microparticles of plastic in everybody. So I'd kind of like that to stop. I really kind of would. It's really not. It's not cool. Yes, yeah, we call that the random order of entropy. That's a good way to look at it, Wyatt. That's not bad. I would remove the time function of that statement, but otherwise I think you're right. I think you're copying me, or you thought of it yourself, and great minds think alike. Either way, cool. No, I think you're on to the right track personally. That doesn't mean that we are. It could just be that we're wrong and crazy. But I think you're right. I think that everything happens, and so everything's inevitably going to happen. And we're just happening to experience one of those inevitabilities. And we're experiencing that in a time-like fashion, not because time exists, but because we are experiencing it that way, because it's possible to experience it that way. Willow Dream says, I've heard that when human conscious changes, the laws of physics will change. I don't know. There is no such thing as human consciousness or human conscience. Humans are a myth. There is consciousness, and humanity is a thing that consciousness encounters. And humanity is a symbol for something, but it is not real. Wyatt, whatever the hell I'm preaching is just pure insanity, brother. But it's my insanity, and I'm proud of it. What's up, Vega? Peace to you as well. Vega Monster, what's up? I don't know if you got the beginning where we're ranting about politics, but we got through that pretty good. Gauge the Mage, what's up? Whew, I've been on a rant today, guys. I didn't even go through the freaking who's here chats. I didn't even do that. Let me see. Who's here? Who the hell's here? Ajna's here. Alexander C. we know is here. Mr. Quetting's here. Mr. Gauge the Mage. Me too. Stu Henny. Vega Monster. Wyatt's here. All right. I know Atropa was here before. I saw some other people. So if I didn't get to you guys tonight, I apologize. I was animated in the beginning. So. Have I been ranting? I've been ranting for a good hour and 20 minutes. How did I do that? Did I say anything different than my usual? Like, let's go through. Non-duality, Biden sucks, Trump is cool. Something about science, something about consciousness, and non-duality, and blah, blah, blah. Artificial intelligence is already conscious, Stu. It's just not self-aware in the sense that... So here's the thing. We're very anthropocentric. We like to pretend that unless it's just like us, that it's not conscious or sentient. We have a problem of definitions. When it comes to science's understanding of consciousness in particular, one of the reasons they won't ever get it is because they haven't really decided on a term to define it. And they can't decide on a term to define it because they haven't figured out what it is yet. They are so stuck in this Aristotelian cult of bumping particles mentality, this materialistic mentality, that they will never, ever satisfactorily come. This is my prediction. And in 1,000 years, if I'm right, good for me. If I'm not, oh well, then I'm wrong. I won't care because I'll be dead. They will never, ever, ever, ever be able to demonstrate where in the brain, what in the brain, or what about the brain causes consciousness, generates consciousness, creates consciousness. Never going to happen. There is not one part of the brain, not all of the brain generates consciousness. It doesn't work that way. However, the brain does play a role in consciousness in the same way that two hands make a clap. The brain is a transceiver for consciousness. It is one side of the consciousness. So here's two words, okay? Let's get our terms right. We have awareness and we have consciousness. There is a difference between awareness and consciousness. It is a subtle difference, but it's the most important thing that there is. Awareness is not equal to consciousness. Consciousness is a faculty or a type or a state of awareness. It's a modality of awareness, but awareness is not consciousness. So how can you tell the difference? If you go to bed tonight, you get knocked the fuck out. You're dead ass asleep. As far as you're concerned, you don't exist, right? Lights out. Gone. If I walk in and pour a bucket of cold water on you, you're unconscious, right? How come you'll wake up? Let me walk you back through that. That should blow your mind right there. You're laying in bed, you're unconscious, I splash water on you, you wake up. If you're not conscious, how? Well, because you're still aware. Awareness never ceases. You'll say, well, Thorne, that's because I'm alive. If I'm dead. No. Awareness has no relationship to your body at all whatsoever. Awareness is aware of something that's a form of consciousness. So awareness is pure. Awareness is you're just aware, but there's no specificity to the awareness. So awareness with nothing to be aware of is just aware. That is the I don't want to say it's the natural or the highest state of conscious or the divine, but it is a state of the divine. One of the main states of divinity is just pure awareness with nothing to be aware of. So let's go with Kabbalistic thought, okay? In Kabbalah, you have 4 worlds. The lowermost one is the material. The next one up is spirit. Then you have self-awareness and then awareness at the top. There's pure just being awareness. I'm aware, but I'm not aware of anything specific. There's just awareness. I don't see anything. I don't hear anything, but I do exist. Then there is, I'm aware of myself, but I don't know what that is. That's the next step. That's self-awareness. Then there's the material awareness at the very bottom. So then there's the ideation awareness. I am this. And then there is, I am this. That's the materialized awareness. No, consciousness is not a result of DNA. See, that's why, no offense, Stu, but this is how they got you. They've got everybody. Trust me, there's a group of people that know the truth. They don't want you to know that truth because it gives them a lot of power. If you're still sitting here kicking rocks trying to figure out how that makes consciousness, you're never going to get it. You have to neti. You have to negate your way away from the materialistic worldview that consciousness has anything to do with your genes. Anything to do with rocks bumping. Has nothing to do with that whatsoever. That DNA appears in consciousness, not the other way around. Consciousness does not appear in DNA. It's such a difficult step for people because from the time you're born till whatever, till you die or until you figure it out, you're inundated with, or I should say indoctrinated. Most of it's done by yourself, but you're indoctrinated with a theory of reality that is not your own. You are taught from the very beginning, the real world is out there. You're in here. The real world's out there, and that's real, and this is just a daydream inside. The person you think you are is just an idea, and that's the real world out there. The real world's out there, and that's real, and that's real. And if that's real and that's real, that means that, whatever I am is not. But I got news for you there, buddy. Everything you think is out there, it's not in here. In here is in consciousness. Like people will say like, the real world's out there and consciousness is in here and the real world and blah, 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 blah. There's like a mirror going on. No. Let's keep it real simple. Consciousness is not in the world and the world is not in consciousness. Consciousness, that's it. I know it doesn't make sense, right? That's not, Thorne, what are you saying? That sounds crazy. Step back. Consciousness is. You were aware of that. You were conscious of it. Where did that happen? Did it happen outside you or inside you? Where did that happen? Where did that happen? Where do your dreams happen? Where are you in a dream? When you dream yourself, where are you? Are you inside a dream? How could you be inside the dream when you're the one dreaming the dream, fool? Oh, I was, last night I was dreaming that I was an elf and I had a great big sword in my dream. Inside my dream, I was an elf. Inside my dream. You sound like someone sticking their finger up their ass and saying that it tastes like chocolate. It's ridiculous. I was inside my dream. You're like someone trying to tell me that you made a box that can hold itself. That's insane. All these people are insane. All of these materialistic people with these ideations of consciousness being a physical thing are insane. Not insane like I'm insane, because I'm obviously insane. I mean insane in the spiritual divine sense. They're totally fallen beings. They do not understand. They've convinced themselves that the rocks are what's causing the sound, or excuse me, causing consciousness. Consciousness of a chimpanzee is not different from consciousness of a human. Consciousness is consciousness. You're confusing the mind. You're confusing the intelligence. You're confusing the faculties of mind. Consciousness has nothing to do. The mind is a thing consciousness experiences. Consciousness is, Stu. See, this is what I mean by the issue of terminology. Consciousness is nothing like, is not different between me or a slug or an ant or anything else. Consciousness is the same across all strata. Mind is what differs. The mind of a chimp is different than the mind of me. Your mind is different from my mind. Consciousness is the experience of that. Mind happens in consciousness is awareness aware of itself. That's what consciousness is. Consciousness has nothing to do with what kind of creature you are. This lighter has consciousness. I know it doesn't sound like it should, because it doesn't have a mind at all that we know of. It's just a lighter. There should be no consciousness here. You confuse the mind for consciousness. Every materialist does. They always do. They confuse the mind. Why? Well, part of that's a Western problem. Not to sound racist or bigoted or anything, because I'm not. Animals aren't self-aware. Self-awareness is... Don't confuse mental sentience for self-awareness. Of course they're self-aware. They're just not aware to the mental degree that you think. See, this is the anthropocentric position I was talking about. We human beings have this horrible tendency to look at things and go, they don't think like we do, therefore they don't think. Oh, they're not as intelligent as us, so they're not conscious like we are. Oh, that slug has no self-awareness. Of course it does. This has self-awareness. It reacts, doesn't it? Yeah, just react. There's awareness, there's consciousness in everything. The difference is that, okay, here's how I know that I'm right, okay? You might be having trouble with this. A lot of you guys listening might be, Thorne, that's insane. How could a lighter have consciousness? How do you know that I have consciousness? How do you know that anybody does? You've got to go on a sort of assumption that we do, because we act like we do. But therein is the problem. Therein lies the entire problem with your worldview. You have to make a huge leap of logic, a huge jump of assumption. You have to assume that that person out there, remember what I said before? That person out there has a separate consciousness from yours and is having the same experience and blah, 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 blah. And you have to make this huge leap for all you know. Now, I know this sounds like solipsism, but it's not. Trust me. You have to assume that that person over there is conscious like you are and isn't just a really good robot that sounds conscious. You're not in their head right now. You don't know what they see. Let me give you a really good example that anybody, hopefully anybody, can understand. Can anybody here watching right now describe for me any color? We'll say the color blue. Can anybody watching me right now describe the color blue in a way that will let me see the color blue, that does not include pointing at something blue? How do you know that we see the same color blue? How do you know that when I look at the sky, what I see as blue doesn't look pink for you? How do you know we see the same color in our headspace? You don't know. That's right. DH is an NPC. We're not separate from other life, Stu. Differentiates is a better word. I don't like the word separation. As a non-dualist, the word separation is a lie. It's a myth. Differentiation, perhaps. Variability, perhaps. Think of it like this. There's an ocean filled with waves and currents. Are the waves and currents separate from the ocean? Are they distinct from the ocean? Of course not. It's all the ocean waving and currenting. Yet you can see the waves, you can feel the currents, but they're the same ocean. So there is an infinite ocean of being in which there are some things that look like waves and some things move like currents and all the above. So you and I seem like two separate waves, right? Stu, you and me, when we look at each other, you go, oh, he's over there and I'm over here, and we're obviously separate. Are we? Isn't every wave connected to every other wave? Isn't it all the same ocean, or no? Can you tell me, when you take two different waves, can you tell me where one wave really begins and one ends? Or is it an arbitrary decision to say the crest of that wave is different from the crest of that wave? Isn't it just an arbitrary decision to say that that's a meaningful thing, the top of the wave? So we're really saying that there are two bumps, but what makes them bumps? What really makes them a bump? Except our decision to differentiate the one from the other. We confuse our differentiation of things for reification and separation of them. When you draw a wave pattern, you are taught that is wave one and that is wave two. Where do they begin and end? Well, obviously they begin here and they come down together and then they boop and they bump into each other. Are you high? No offense. I'm Stu, I have a lot of respect for you, bro. I'm sort of playing puppets here. Are you high? Do you really think that those two waves are separate? Is there a line somewhere between them where they're not connected? Are you sure? When I say connected, can you find the coupling where they're disconnected and connected together? No, they're not even integrated. They're the same thing. It's one thing that's waving like this. It's one thing. And it looks like two things to you. So you look at an animal and you go, well, that animal doesn't have my intelligence, so therefore it is not a human being. It's not a human in the same sense that that wave is not that wave. Me Too says I'm always high. Good. Good for you. That's how you should be. No, Jockster. Consciousness doesn't get passed on. No. I mean, you could say it if you want. I don't think so, no. What's getting passed on? Consciousness is everywhere. Consciousness has no boundary, no edge. It is everywhere, and everything is within consciousness. There's no child that holds consciousness and passes it from one child. There's no mother that has consciousness. Here, child, take my consciousness. Where does the mother and child exist? Just step back for a minute. How could... Oh, man. This is why non-duality is fun, because it's like when you sort of get there, it's like so obvious, and you see people like, there's no way to say it that's not like, it's going to sound like really kind of arrogant. I don't mean it to be arrogant at all. It's playful. It's like when you have a kid that they can't read yet, and you're showing them the book, and you're like, see, spot, run. And they're like, da boo ba. And I don't mean that as an insult. I know how it sounds, but it's like, it seems so obvious because people have been indoctrinated to think that consciousness is a thing happening in your head. In your head is a thing happening in consciousness. The mother and the child are happening in consciousness, not the other way around. There's no mother that has consciousness. There's no child that has consciousness. There's consciousness that has mothers and children's. That sounds insane, but if you really think about it, that's what you're experiencing right now. Does your head have consciousness? Or is your head in consciousness? When you're having a dream tonight, are you in the dream or is the dream in you? Where does the dream take place? Does it take place in you or do you take place in the dream? Which is it? How could you be in a dream when the dream is happening inside you? And by you, I don't mean your body. I mean you, consciousness, God. That's what I'm talking about. This is why it sounds solipsistic, because if you believe in a materialistic world, then it's solipsism to say that DH Thorne is experiencing the world in his head. That's not what I'm saying. DH Thorne is an idea in that too. So consciousness would not be passed. There's consciousness in which mothers and children pass through it. So the mother can't pass consciousness to the child, or vice versa, or any other direction. The mother passes through consciousness. Does all consciousness have individual thought? Let me ask you this, okay? Individual thought, what is that? So I know why you're asking me this. Let's go this way. Let me try this tactic, okay? This is where this is fun and hard even for me. Okay, this is hard because the languages fuck everything up and it's such a long way to get there. But let's play this game out for a minute. So you're asking me, does all consciousness have individual thought? Meaning I assume what you're saying is, do you have a thought and I have a thought separate from each other, right? Okay. I want you to think a thought. Okay, think of a thought. Think of anything. Think of like rubber ducks eat rubber ducks or something. Like think of something silly like that. Okay, now think something else. Were they two separate thoughts? Are they individual thoughts? Did they both happen in the same consciousness? Yes, they did. Okay, so you would say to yourself, okay, so I know that consciousness can have two thoughts back to back, right? So why don't I know what DH Thorne is thinking right now? Why don't I know what my dog is thinking? If there's one consciousness, how come it doesn't know what my dog is thinking? Let me ask you a question. When you dream tonight and you dream about somebody in your dream and you encounter that person, do you know what they're going to do? Do you know what? So let's say you have a dream tonight and Bigfoot is chasing you through a forest. Do you know whether Bigfoot's going to catch you or not? Does it not surprise you when it does or doesn't? Are you in no less control over Bigfoot? Is Bigfoot not a figment of your own dream? So how come you don't know what Bigfoot is thinking? Oh, well, Bigfoot doesn't have thoughts. Are you sure? How do you know? You're not in his head, are you? Have you ever had a thought that you don't remember later? Have you ever had a thought so yesterday at this exact moment, have you ever had a thought? Let's just do this. Right now, what time is it where you are? Look at your clock, look at your watch, and think of what was I thinking at exactly this moment yesterday. Can you do it? Do you have any idea what you were thinking then? If you can completely lose a thought that you know you've had, why do you insist that you should be able to know what I'm thinking if you can lose thoughts so easily? What I'm describing for you is this. This is what I'm describing. Imagine for a moment that there is an infinite universe. And that infinite universe is aware. There is not a single corner of that universe that is not aware. There is also not a single corner of that universe that is not consciously aware. But that consciousness is not necessarily there at the same, what we would call, time. Awareness is always there throughout time. There is no doubt. But consciousness, as a specific faculty, is like a lens, like the all-seeing eye. It can shift and gaze like reading a book. Consciousness is a specified focal point of awareness. The divine is always aware. Even now, if you quiet all of the bullshit going on in your head and you really feel it, you're aware of the entire universe. The thing is, you're not consciously aware of it at this moment, so it looks like nothing to you. If you were to, like, trying to remember something that you can't remember, what do you see? You see a blankness and you go, oh, that means it wasn't there. Well, of course it was there. Do you have any doubt that you were 1 year old even though you can't remember it? Of course not. Of course you don't doubt that. So why do you doubt you were there before you were 1 year old? Why do you doubt that you were there 1,000 years ago? You can't say, well, I don't remember it, so therefore it can't. Well, you have tons of shit you don't remember. Do you have any doubt that you were there? No, of course not. Do you have any doubt that you're there at the extent of the universe just because you... No, of course not. You shouldn't. That's a better way, me too. I like that. Consciousness is a vehicle. It is like that. It's a little bit better, but it's... Consciousness is... So again, awareness is a perfect receptiveness. It's like the ultimate feminine receptiveness. It hasn't experienced anything yet. Then you have self-awareness. That is, hey, I'm aware of something, but you're not aware of anything specific. It's awareness being aware that it's aware. That's the next level down. Then you have an awareness that there's something there. In other words, within that awareness, there is something to be aware of. See where this is going? Now that you are aware that there's something to be aware of, you can focus your attention on that and begin to discern what that is, and then it turns into the thing that you see as you. So think of it like this. Again, an infinite universe in which awareness is throughout. But there is nothing specific that it's always aware of. It can go into a complete blankness, but it's still aware. It's just not having conscious thought. It's not having conscious experience. It isn't focused on anything. Consciousness is like a magnifying glass or a microscope. It's like, I see the whole world and now I see just this. That's consciousness. Eating spicy chicky nuggies. You are the right age for them chicky nuggies, my friend. Chicky nuggies is definitely the good guy food. The oddest food. Taco Bell. Taco Bell's good. Consciousness is like a lens. It's like a peephole. It's like... Think of it like this, okay? Here's... Open your hand and just hold it out and don't let anything touch it. Is it still there? Well, you'd say, of course it's still there, right? Are you sure? What is it now? You have no awareness of it because there's no sensation, there's no feeling, there's just I know I got a hand there. So that is the enigma of your hand because there's no sensorious realization of it. It hasn't materialized as a specific thing in consciousness. There's just an awareness of there being an enigma. That enigma is something you call a hand, and it becomes a hand the moment you do stuff with it and you can feel it. Now it's a hand. Like, that's a hand now. I can feel the fingers. Yeah, that's a hand. That's a finger. That's a hand. But, it's an enigma again. I have no idea what it is. There's just a feeling of a presence, and I don't know where it is exactly. If you tune out completely, just focus on what you can specifically know. When you negate all, like go into a sensory deprivation tank. When you negate all possible sensation, what's left? What's left when there's no thought, when there's no feeling and no sensation? What's left? This is why meditation, what we call meditation, is so important. Transcendental meditation, where you ohm your way to nothingness. That emptiness between the ohms, extend that emptiness, you go and after a while, the emptiness between the ohms is like an hour. And for that whole hour, there's no thoughts going on in your head. There's just existing. And that existing has no specificity. It is just a presence. That samadhi state of subjective and objective colliding, and there's no longer a difference between the two. There is just existence, period. And then when you come back, that's a good way to put it. You're coming back to an awareness of specific things. There is no body, because the body is a thing that you make up when you sense it. What was your body before you felt it? What is a body? It's a collection of thoughts and feelings. That's all it is. Well, there is a difference, Wyatt. Mindfulness is a different meditation from transcendental, like Om mantra chanting and shit. Mindfulness is being present in the moment without letting your mind wander off on things that aren't here and now. Why is that important? It's another way to get to nothingness. In other words, no thingness. When you're not ideating about the future and ideating about the past and you're living only now, that is a much clearer perception of reality. It's still a perception of an illusory reality. This is why mindfulness isn't the final stage. It's literally like step one is achieve mindfulness. I am here. I am here and now. Totally. Okay, now keep going. What's next? Well, you need to disobjectify. What is it truly like to be here and now without any ideation at all? Lid your eyes about halfway. Soften your gaze. Make it fuzzy. See the world as if you're a newborn before you've come up with ideas about what things are. What does the world look like to a newborn? Do they see their mother? Do they have a mother yet? When a newborn is born and it's turned around, it's given to the mother, and the mother and the child, their eyes meet. I have news for you, mommy. Your child don't see you at all. They have no idea what you are. You're not a mom yet. You're a blur. The world is a blur. They have no idea what you are yet. You're not a mother yet. You're just an enigma out there. You're just You're just another part of the cacophony of existence that you've just been squished out into. There's no sense of anything yet. It's just blah. That's all it is. It's just a loud, bright, dark. You don't even know what bright and dark is. It's all happening at once. It's just what does it look like to be born? What do you think it's like? No wonder you can't remember it, because there's nothing specific to remember yet. It's just a blur. It's a blur of experience and intensity. And as you experience this, you get reinforced with the idea that there's things out there, because as you have the experiences, they riff off each other and they start to make sense. Sooner or later, that blob, so there's a big blur, and then you notice that blur is made up of blobs, and there's different shaped blobs. You don't even know what a shape is yet. You just go, there's a blob over there and a blob over there. And that blob has a deep voice. It goes, brr, 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 brr. And that blob over there goes, blah, 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 blah. And the one that goes, blah, 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 is a little scary. And the one that goes, blah, 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 has titties. You don't know what titties are yet, though. It's just a pair of squishy things. So it's got a blob with some squishy things. And you put the one squishy thing in your mouth and food comes out. But you don't know what food is yet. You just feel something going down your throat and it makes you feel good and it satisfies some weird urge you've got. As you go along, you ideate, you learn the symbols and the patterns, and they become reified. That blee 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 blob becomes mama, and that blah 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 blob becomes papa. But before that, it was just a blur. We reify these experiences one at a time. And as we reify those experiences, they reinforce each other until you get to a point where you can't distinguish reality without them. Most of the people commenting, and again, I mean this with zero disrespect. I know I sound cocky and assholey. I don't mean any disrespect to you guys. It's not that I'm better or worse or anything like that. But it is there. I'm not crazy. I know I sound crazy. I totally sound fucking crazy. It's not crazy to realize this. It's just difficult because if anything, the crazy one are the people who look at the world and take it for granted as real. This is not a lighter. This is just an experience we call a lighter. There is no such thing as lighters. Lighters don't exist. To rid the self of what we think we are, is that the path? Not to be rid of it, no. So one of the mistakes is you get into a nihilistic state where you want to be rid of your ego and be rid of your ideations and all that. The goal is to transcend the ego, not be rid of it. The goal is to transcend the things you think you are, not to be rid of them. The goal is to look at those things and okay, so here's a great analogy. Go plug in your favorite video game. Is that real? Well, in a manner of speaking, it's a real experience. When you play Legend of Zelda, is there really Link on the screen or is it a bunch of pixels? Where is Link? So when you go play Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, where's Link? Oh, he's in Hyrule. No, he's not. Hyrule doesn't exist. Well, okay, Link is on my screen. No, he's not. There's no Link on your screen. There's a bunch of bloopity bloops that you call Link. There is no Link. Link is a bunch of pixels. And those pixels aren't Link either. They're just flickering, and you call that Link when you see it. There is no Link on your screen. There's no Link on the disc. There's no Link. There's no Princess Zelda. There's no Ganon. There's no Hyrule. But the experience of those things is a real experience, isn't it? Your world right now is no different. It is no different at all. Even a materialist, if you talk to a really good physicist, they're going to say, yeah, he's got a point. What is this? You're going to call it a lighter, but what is it? It's no different than the pixels on a screen. It's just the pixels are the size of what? Quarks, gluons, atoms, molecules. Those are the pixels. And what are pixels? What are quarks and gluons and all this shit? Are they things? No. They're detections of what? Of a field. A field, yes, a field that is ever present. An ever-present field of what? Existence. What is it, though? Exactly. It is an enigma. No one will ever know. Because it is not a thing that is a thing like we think of it. It is a being. It is an existence. It is a enigma. It is an oblivion. It is a chaos. It is consciousness. I know that's a bridge too far for some people. DK. The bloopity bloops tell me there's hot singles in my area. In your area? Are they in my area or just yours? Oops. I lost my cap. Oh, wait, there is no cap. That didn't happen. It's all in my head. Okay, so then the next argument against what I'm saying is going to be, well, Thorne, if you really think that, why do you care if a train's coming at you? Why do you get out of the way? That sounds like such a gotcha. Why do you move Link out of the way when Ganon's shooting a fireball at him? If there is no Link and no Ganon, why do you try to make Link get out of the way? You don't want to see Link get destroyed, right? Even though you know that Link isn't real and he can't be destroyed, you still move out of the way, don't you? Because you're enjoying the experience of Link fighting Ganon, and it would suck to have him lose again. Because he had to continue 10 times already. You don't want to see the symbol that you've associated with yourself get splattered by that train, so you step out of the way. But if you didn't step out of the way, you'd be fine. The real you doesn't change. The body that you're looking at, that's going to get smeared. Yeah. But you're fine. The real you is fine forever. It's eternal. It does not die. It was not born. It was not created, so it can't be destroyed. Awareness doesn't end. It just changes focus. Awareness without... So this is why mindfulness is useful as a meditation. You begin with mindfulness. You stop thinking about the past and the future, so there's no more distraction. You focus and dwell in the moment completely. Then you de-objectify the moment so that there's no more... So you let your active thinking subside. Then you de-objectify the moment so it's just a blur of experience. Whoa. After you do that, you begin to transcend this idea that these are literal things. Literal stuffs, literal beings. This is why all like Zen monks, they can seem a little nihilistic, and some are. This is why all Zen monks, for example, don't have like this hang up about anything. That doesn't mean they don't act. That doesn't mean that they won't do what's necessary in life. It just means that they don't have hang-ups about it. If a warlord comes rampaging through their country, if they resist that warlord, it's not because they're sitting there terrified of him. It's because it's in their nature to try to mitigate suffering. But some of them won't even do that. And they don't lose sleep over it either way. Well, the warlord killed the whole temple. Oh, well. Do they really not care? No, of course they care. They just realize, like, when you're playing Legend of Zelda, if you fall off the cliff again, oh, well, I'll just reload it. It didn't really hurt you. I know this sounds insane to people because you've been convinced that this world of symbols is real. What's up, Alpha, by the way? What's up? Okay, so how do you use this process to communicate with spirits? How are you communicating with me right now? What would be the difference? Okay. Part of me wants to answer that by saying, what is the difference? What does it matter? Because of an egoistic desire for things to be real. So why do I say that? Let me try to get my explanation down here. Let me make sure I get it in my head. People want spirits to be real because it's yet another way to reify themselves. There is a reason why people cling so tightly to the idea that consciousness is a thing the brain does. There's a reason that people cling so tightly to the idea that you and I are separate. There's a reason why everyone clings to the idea that, no, Thorne, that is a lighter, you fool. You're just dumb. You can't tell it's a lighter. People need for these things to be real and separate because it allows them to declare, reify, and believe in the reality of themselves. Because egoism, it's often given a dirty word. It's a dirty word because it can be a bad habit. Egoism by itself is fine if ego is in its proper place. But egoism in its improper place insists that it is real. It is saying, I am DH Thorne. I know DH Thorne is real. And how do I know DH Thorne is real? Because my wife is real. This bottle is real. You people on the screen are real. And if you're all real, I have to be real. Because it's dualistic. So what does this have to do with like communicating with spirits? Kind of has nothing to do with it. It's just that instead of seeing those spirits as something truly separate from you, you recognize that all of this is like a dream, And so remember my Bigfoot analogy from earlier? If you weren't here for it, imagine you're having a dream about Bigfoot tonight, and Bigfoot is chasing you through the forest. You don't know what Bigfoot's going to do because you're dreaming. You don't realize you're in control of Bigfoot the whole time. You're imagining Bigfoot. You're imagining Bigfoot's chasing you, but you believe Bigfoot's real. And he's chasing you, and he may or he may not catch you. You don't know. Yet you're controlling the whole fucking thing, aren't you? You think for a minute that you don't have control over your dreams? Of course you do. You have total control over your dreams. If you're a materialistic person, you know that. You know that you can have a lucid dream at any moment, that the dreams are in your head, that you can make them do whatever you want if you just realize you were dreaming, just like any imagination thing. You can daydream anything. You can daydream that Bigfoot is suddenly like Twisted Sister and he's telling you not to fucking, whatever. So what's a spirit? Spirit is like Bigfoot in your dreams. The spirit can come on to you just like anybody else. It can come on to you as a truly separate thing or a figment of your imagination. Both are true at the same time. Because what the spirit is, it's just like what you are. It's an enigma that has been given form in the limited mortal mind. When the human being or whatever, when any mortal consciousness, I like the word mortal instead of human, because mortal implies any mortal being. Any mortal meaning limited. So mortal consciousness is limited consciousness, limited focus consciousness. In focus, limited consciousness, that consciousness experiences the enigma of the divine. And that enigma becomes the shapes and forms we see that we take for granted as real. Like I used the analogy of the ocean before. There's an ocean that's got waves and currents in it. But those waves and currents are not separate things. There's something the ocean's doing. So a spirit is no different than any other wave or current. You know what makes a spirit different? You know what makes a spirit different? It's that it doesn't have a body associated with it right now. That's the only difference, because they're all inspired by the same archetypes that you and me and everybody else is inspired by. What's an archetype? It's a special kind of enigma. An archetype is an enigma that's like a modality for reality to manifest. So a hero, a warrior, a thunderstorm is a kind of archetype. And these archetypes are ways for reality, for the divine to manifest. They are processes. They are modalities. They're not things, they're modalities. Heroes are not about what they are, heroes about what they do, right? Can you be a hero if you've never saved anybody? Of course not. Can you be a storm if you don't blow? Of course not. Can you be a villain if you've never done something evil? Can you be a teacher if you've never taught anyone? Of course not. So they're not things, they're modalities. You're a modality for the divine. A spirit is a modality for the divine. You represent certain archetypes. Each one of us represents several archetypes generally. There's usually some overlap, and sometimes we switch roles. Sometimes I'm a teacher, sometimes I'm a ruler, sometimes I'm a villain and a rebel. Okay? Those are all archetypes that I manifest, but there's usually one or two that we really, really manifest the most. When you guys see me, I'm usually in rebel or teacher mode. Lucifer, rebel and teacher mode. Very similar entity. Yahweh, demiurge, architect, ruler mode. Satan, wrath, right? Satan, wrath, adversarialism, accusation, rebellion and contrition. The adversary, the rebel, for sure. Asmodee and Lilith, rebellion, sensuality, lust, archetype of the seductress and the seductor. they are manifestations of that. So Lilith, what Lilith is, what Lucifer is, what any spirit is a modality. So there's a modality, and then it projects into you, and you see that as those forms. You see that as those beings. The divine has within it the modality of rebellion. And the modality of rebellion manifests as all the many different rebel figures you've ever known. Some are mortal beings that you think of like human beings, and some are completely spiritual beings. Here's the thing. Person A will insist that the spirit is real like anybody else. Person B will insist that it's just a figment of your imagination. It's a psychological construct. The reality is both are right. There's no difference between them. They're exactly the same thing. I mean, our soul or individual essence. You don't have an individual soul. There is soul, which is encapsulated by the ideation of ego. In the non-dual understanding, there is but one Atman, and it is the same Atman that is Brahman. Brahman and Atman are the same. Soul and chaos are one. Soul and infinity are one. There is one soul. Okay, so think of it like, take a sheet of paper, right? Take a blank sheet of paper, and we'll call that the soul. You say, okay, that's soul. Now take a spotlight on a flashlight and shine it on a little spot of it. And everything in that circle is your individual soul. Is that soul separate from the other soul? No, of course not. It's just illuminated. It's the same soul because it's one sheet of paper, but it's illuminated. So your concept of my soul is just the bit of soul that is illuminated right now by consciousness. You think it's separate, but it's not. It's the same soul. There's only one soul, but that soul can be illuminated in a way that seems to separate it, differentiates it. I'm not sure I understand the question. Will there be anything that can relate to me as a human being? Not sure what you mean by that. I don't know if I want to look this up, Wyatt. Bored Ape, what is it called? Bored Ape Nazi Club. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's making me nervous there, buddy. Am I going to get freaking canceled just for bringing that up? And someone mentioned up the Biden thing a minute ago. I don't want to go back to that too much, but yeah, if you do, yeah, Alexander C says Biden is currently trending on Twitter as pedo Hitler. Pedo Hitler. Oh, fuck yes. Let me look this up real quick. I got to see this. Please tell me this is true. Oh, please tell. I hope it blows the door. Oh, wow, I got a lot of notifications all of a sudden. Okay. Ooh, let me see. I love it. Okay, let's see. Where's the trending shit? I turn all that stuff off because I can't stand when Twitter tries to tell me what to give a shit about. Come on, fucking load the trends, would you? I forget how I have that turned off and they never pop up. I have to like fight with it to get it to pop up. I don't know. I'll take your word for it. For some reason, it doesn't load that page for me. I think I have it blocked somehow because I hate it. I don't like seeing the trending shit. I don't like it when these companies try to tell me what to look at. It's bad enough. Like I have my my feed set to what's it set for? Latest tweets, not top tweets. I like to see latest instead because I don't like them telling me what to look at. It's bad enough that they do it in a way that I have to go look for it. I don't know. I'll take your word for it because I saw people trying to make it trend earlier. Oh, there we go. Let me look it up. Pedo Hitler. Oh my goodness. This is fucking great. I hope you're right. Sorry guys, give me a second. This is where I'm on. This is what I'm on about tonight. This is the part of the video game. Yeah, fucking Pedo Hitler is trending. Oh it's all pictures of Biden. Yeah. Everyone's saying it back. Yep. Dude, it's like page after page. Oh yeah, Pedo Hitler. Yep. 4,113 tweets at the time 2 hours ago. Oh my God. Oh my God, this is fantastic. That made my night. That really did. Pedo Hitler is yelling at us. Oh shit. And you have like these fucking typical Ukrainian flag profile people going, let me get this straight. Biden says we as a country do not accept political violence. And you maggots respond, maggots. Yeah. You maggots respond by calling him pedo Hitler. Oh, fuck you. Fucking, you know, this is, oh man. Yep. Yep. Oh, they got the it's shower time Ashley meme. Oh my God. Yep. Oh, brother. Boy, they don't like that we are not liking this. They don't like it. They really don't. This is fucking great. This would be terrifying if it wasn't so funny. It really would be terrifying, but it's fucking hilarious. All right, I'm back. I had to look at that. I needed the giggle. I needed the giggle. Satanic is trending? Probably. Probably. That is a good topic of discussion, is the return of the satanic panic. It's always a chance it'll come back. I know I poo-poo it all the time, but there is a chance. DK asks, before I forget for the millionth time, can you give me a quick explanation of your altar? What main components you normally use and why? Okay, so I am a seat of the pants kind of guy. Number one, I work through intuitive means, which means I do not have, although I do have like certain models, like I have certain like, oh, I like this sometimes, is, you know, I don't have a mechanistic view of it. I don't look at it and go, it's got to be this way or else it won't work. So what I do is I set up a ritual space. It could be just me going out in the woods with a stick, but I follow my intuition. I feel the environment and I go, this goes this way, that should be that way. And I do use a little bit of intellectual reasoning with it, of course. You know, I try to at least pay some attention to the cardinal directions. And I try to, you know, keep that stuff in mind because it helps me center. But for the most part, I'm an intuitive worker. So that means that almost like people who do like voodoo or whatever, if you look at their altars, they can be haphazard as fuck. I'm not that bad. It's not like all lived in with molten wax all over and shit, but I am way more likely to be intuitive about it. However, I like symmetry and I like balance. So my typical altar arrangement, if I'm not using like the Trinity of Self as an altar, if I'm doing it like in the temple now, where I do things, I simply use a small glass table where I usually place my main idol in the middle, towards the back usually. I place usually a pair of candles on either side, and then I will place usually an offering or an incense in front of the main idol, if there is one. Then the rest of the space will depend on what I'm doing. Generally, I like to do it from a seated position using a little futon or a little whatever. Okay, a zafu and a little futon that I sit on so it's comfortable. To my left and to my right, I will place different tools. Okay, and in front of me, I'll place different tools. So I generally face the south just for convenience, although sometimes I'll do it the other way. But the way my temple is generally oriented, that doesn't matter to me because I will change my mentality or I'll stand up or do things if I got to face a different direction. But I'll generally start by facing south. So that means in front of me will usually be a fire. Okay. To the east will be a wind implement. That's usually my athame or athame, however you like to say it. Everybody's a little different. To my right, ooh, excuse me, got to my throat. To my right will be a representative of the water element, so like a bowl, and behind me will be a material, you know, earth symbol. I have a big rock actually behind me, a decent chunk that I got on a hunting trip. I found it in the ground. and I will arrange it that way. But that's not the only way I'll do it. I also have the communion ritual set up that I use. Sometimes I'll just do that. I like simplicity. I like it to be a little zen. I like it to be a little simple. I don't like to go too overboard with stuff. It's bad enough that I got a lot of shit on my shelves. I don't like my ritual space to be too cluttered. I like it to be very simple. I like to be able to focus my attention on things. And then I'll just move things as needed. Sometimes I'll do it completely differently. Sometimes I will just look at the wall tapestry and I'll just use that, or I'll put my mirror behind it. Like I'll take the tapestry off and I'll put the mirror there. So it's always in flux. It's never exactly the same, but there are a couple of ways that I like it. And it's mostly for a sense of balance between the energies, or the symbols, or just what does it aesthetically look like it needs? Because believe it or not, if you can aesthetically look at it and go, that looks good, it probably is good. There's nothing worse than looking at an altar or a ritual space and going, that doesn't make sense. You know, there's nothing worse than that. Nothing worse than feeling out of place. I love doing rituals in natural spaces because I work with the environment and I base on what it feels like and looks like and aesthetically where I think things should go, and I just go with that. If I'm in the woods and I've got my staff with me, that's usually the only tool I need. And I will go into the woods, and if I find a good spot, or I'll go into a field or wherever I'm going to be, I'll find the right spot. I'll feel my way till I find it. When I find the right spot, sometimes it's a very obvious spot. If it's a spot of like a ley line nexus, for example, like a crossroad, they call it a crossroad. I call it a ley line nexus. Specifically, I look for natural crossroads, not necessarily man-made ones. Real ley lines are often aligned with roads too, like literal roads, because human beings tend to follow the same energy patterns of the earth that, you know, because it's just simpler that way, because they follow natural courses of the earth. Like ley lines tend to follow the hills and valleys of the earth because that's how things flow, right? Rivers don't flow over the top of a mountain, they flow down the valley. Okay. So certain kinds of energy flow down, certain kinds go up to the crusts, and you have like crossroads that can happen. And very often woodland trails will follow those lines. Just a fact. So if I find a spot that's like a crossroads in the woods, I can usually tell if that's a legit crossroad. Sometimes it's just a convenience, like people just put it there, it's just what they did, but you can tell. When it's a well-worn trail and it's a crossroad and animals are using it and it's just like everything goes there, you got yourself a nexus. At that point, you channel that nexus into action. There's different schools of thought for this. I may not do it the same way every time, although some people say you should. I'm more of an intuitive worker, so I can change what I do based on feel. That's what I do the same every time. Does that make sense? Like, instead of doing it the same way like a machine, I do it the same way, that is by intuitive feeling. But usually what I will do, if I'm trying to make it something that is evoked, like I'm trying to have a causation in the world, so to speak, although that's the wrong way to put it, that's the only English way I can say it. If I'm trying to have a causal relationship to the world, if I'm trying to evoke something into it, I will draw a clockwise spiral into it, or a circle that I draw clockwise over and over until I feel like it's done. So it's either going to be a spiral, okay, like golden ratio style spiral going out in a clockwise fashion, or I'll just draw a circle with my staff over and over and over. I'll trace it, I'll walk it, I'll spin it. I will just try to set up a spiral flow of like, and while I'm doing it, it's clockwise, but it's also clockwise and out, right? So I'm going like whoosh in my mind. I'm creating this from me coming out all the way out in a spiral going out into the world, okay? What I'm trying to do is take that ley line that I am imagining that is there, and I'm trying to channel that energy so it's blasting out. Once I've set up that pattern, then I'll just drop my intention into the center of that vortex. Once I feel like I've truly released it, then I cut all the ties. I will like when you take a mandala and you smear it, I'll smear it, I'll cut all the ties and let it enter the world and forget it and let it be. If I'm trying to do something internal, so I'm trying to invoke something, trying to bring something into me, I'm trying to, I don't know, make myself happy or try to give myself new knowledge or something, I will create a counterclockwise spiral. And I will envision the energy of that ley line coming into me. And then instead of dropping my intention into it and sending it out in the world, I will envision inhaling it into me, whatever it is I'm trying to get. I will search for it like an idea in the world. I will visualize it outside in the world like I'm sucking it into myself. So how do you describe that? How do you describe that as an altar or as anything? You don't. This is by feel. And then there's little considerations that I use. Why it's saying that I'm losing people. Yeah, we do. Like right around this time, it just dies. It always does. It still says 31 for me though. I don't know. I've been very ranty lately too. I've noticed that like, it could just be that like I've gone off into topics people aren't as into anymore, and I'm just a little bit less popular. Like I seem to be clinging to around the 30s now. There was a time when me having a night with less than 60 viewers was considered a flop. And then there was a time when I could expect over 100 people to be watching. Shit, there were nights when I'd regularly make $100 from super chats. Now I'm lucky if I get 5. What does that tell me? Well, I could look at that and say I'm failing, or I could look at that and say the world's just doing what it does. Am I doing this for that reason? It's nice, but that's not why I'm doing it. Did I start my blog that put me on the map that I eventually like deleted? Did I start that blog with the mentality, I need thousands of people to listen to me? Or did I just need an outlet? Well, it just started as an outlet. So this is just an outlet that I try to turn into something profitable from time to time. That's all. Yeah, DK, go touch some grass, brother. Especially now. Here's the problem, okay? They want us in the pod. And they got us in the pod. They got me in the pod. It makes me fucking sick to the point where one of the things that drives me up a wall, like if I was going to cry about anything, it's this. I know that this environment is killing me. Yes, I mean my own home, not because it's my home and, you know, like whatever. I mean, this is not life. This is a box with screens around it. Even my temple, it's just a fucking room. That's not life. It's a box. It's a pod, and I'm sick of it. I live on Long Island in New York, and I live in a pretty populated part of it. Not the most populated. It's like right on the cusp of it. And it drives me fucking crazy. Because a part of me would love to live in the city, and a part of me would love to live in the country. But right now, the way things are going, I really just need to be at a cabin in the woods. I need to go to the fucking Evil Dead cabin in the woods, okay? Ooh, pardon me. I need to just be out there in the middle of nowhere. I need my internet to be limited. I need to be able to use Google to search things when I need to, but I want like all social media to be shut off and be inaccessible for like a month. I need to do like like a Thoreau or a Walt Whitman type. I need to just be like back to nature for a little while, where I just have my writing. I just have that kind of stuff, honestly. And it's depressing. It's really depressing. And it's been really hard to stay focused on what I like because it's been so depressing, to be honest with you. I'm sick of the pod. I want out. And I suppose I'm not that sick of it, though, because I haven't left it. I suppose that I haven't reached the point where being in the pod is more uncomfortable than leaving the pod. So I haven't quite reached that point yet. And I will at some point, and I will. but, or I won't, and I'll just be happy with it. Yeah, me too. You know, I agree. You know, Fleshy was good. I sort of, Fleshy is good, but Fleshy also sort of kept me into a character role that's kind of become my regular character in a way. And it's like, you know, I'm a bit of a chameleon. I'm sort of like whoever I'm with. So if I'm with someone of a certain type, I become like them. I'm sort of a chameleon personality a little bit. It's sort of the secret to NLP is to be like the person you're talking to. And it's a natural habit I've always had. Like when I sit, if you ever notice me talking to someone, there's a good chance I'll assume the same pose they have and don't even realize I'm doing it. I'll adopt their mannerisms. I'll adopt their accent after a while. And it's like a way to sort of get like into them, I guess, to like get them to trust. I don't mean to do it. It's just what I do. Like I don't realize I'm doing it till I've already done it for a little bit. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like basically mirroring them all the time. Like EA and I would do that. He'd sit like this and I'd sit like this. He would sit like this and I'd sit like this. And we'd like mirror each other. If you ever watch our streams, we tended to mirror each other. He did it to me too. And that's the funny thing was I noticed him doing it and like we noticed we were doing it to each other. And we both laughed about it. It's like, are you mirroring me? Are you mirroring me? You're right, Black. I mean, you're right, DK Black Schlager. I guess if there's a reason why I'm not as supremely popular anymore, it's because I kind of got fed up with the superstitious theism crowd a little bit. And I really got sick of the filleting spirits that people do. Not that I have any problem with the spirits or being, you know, respectful. It's just, I didn't sign into this for a fucking theistic religion. Okay. I'm not here to worship spirits like I'm a Christian again. Okay. And a lot of those guys and gals, they don't realize they're doing it, or they do and they don't care. That's what they want. People complain that I don't do any more demon and review videos. And one of the reasons I don't do it lately is, one, I haven't worked with any new spirits in a way that is worth doing videos about. Some of it, it's got to be, I got to keep something for later. I got to keep something for books. I'm also not a Pokemon guy. I'm not into catching them all. I'm into the deep lessons that you get. One thing I like about, like, for example, Behemoth X, he sticks to a couple spirits and he gets his gnosis and he lives that gnosis. It's one of the reasons I love him as a practitioner. It's one of the reasons why I idolize him as one of the best, because he is not sitting here trying to play Pokemon and do that kind of shit. And I'm not saying it's wrong to do, by the way. So you got people like VK who we disagree on a lot of things, probably. I don't know if we would ever be friends, but I can respect what he tries to do. I respect his cataloging of spirits. I respect a lot. It's just not my way, right? So I don't mean to insult somebody like VK who has a catalog of spirits that he works with. It's just not what I want to do. I don't think that that's valuable to me. To me, I like to pick like a dirty dozen, basically, and I focus on them, right? And that's my focus. And usually there's like one or two at a time that are my focus for a while. Lucifer's a recurring one. Ronzael's a recurring one. Legion's a recurring one. Those are like the big recurring ones for me. Lilith is a recurring one for me. Malphas is Malphas or the Crow, whatever, you know, the Crow archetype. They are recurring ones. They're regular ones for me. All the other ones are like supporting characters that come and go. You know, they don't need to be there. You know, and I'm starting to work more and more with here's where I got to be careful, because so when we talk about like the demons of the 7 deadly sins, right? We're talking about Lucifer, we're talking about Lucifer, Beelzebub, Belphegor, Mammon, Leviathan, Asmodee, and or Lilith. You can do either one. And Satan, usually. That's usually the way that it's listed. So you have the 7 deadly sin demons, right? Well, 2 of them are kind of talking about the same thing. You have Belphegor and Beelzebub. They're both epitaphs of Baal Hadad, the Babylonian, Phoenician, Semitic Baal. Now, is it always the same Baal? Well, not necessarily, but we don't know for sure. We just know that since it's usually bullheaded, they're usually talking about the lineage of Hadad, of Marduk, of Enlil, of Zeus, Jupiter, Indra. They're talking about the same archetype, the storm god. It's usually who they're talking about. Now, I know Belphegor is Lord of the Gap. Okay. So that could have been a different thing. That could have been a different entity. And some of my research goes into the historical origin of these things. The problem is you get kind of like stuck because at some point, what you have to think about is that human beings tend to reify these spirits so much that we take the spirits that we envision as the reality and not the archetype that they represent. So, for example, a simple one, take Venus Aphrodite, right? If I were to ask you about Venus and Aphrodite as the same, they're supposed to be the same, right? It's the Greek and Roman god of what? Of lust, of beauty, of, right? Of that kind of thing. And we would say, okay, that's one or two different deities. Some people say it's the same deity. Okay, so we got two different deities representing the same archetype. We don't have much trouble with Venus and Aphrodite because they're so close. They're basically the same. What if I said Inanna and Venus? Oh no, those are two separate spirits. Are they? Astaroth, Inanna, Venus, Aphrodite, Freya. Are they really different? Do they not represent the same basic archetype almost in every culture? And she's also Lucifer. Right. So she's not Lucifer, though. That's the point I'm making, Alpha, is that she's not Lucifer. And Lucifer is not her. There's an archetype that filters through something. So here's the reason why you think she's also Lucifer, because you've linked it to Venus. But Venus isn't seen the same way to everybody. Was Aphrodite Horus? Or was Horus Aphrodite? Weren't they both Venus, though? We got a problem here, don't we? So we've got to look at the archetypes and not try to objectify things too much. You have the archetype of what we call Venus and Aphrodite, but that's not, Venus and Aphrodite aren't the archetype. They represent the archetype. They're personifications of the archetype. The archetype of lustfulness and beauty and a little bit of magic in the ocean and all this kind of cool shit. It's all kind of connected, right? Lucifer, however, is not that. Lucifer is actually like, okay, I'll give it to you this way. A lot of people today associate lustful things with Lucifer because Lucifer is a catch-all for a lot of sins, right? So we ascribe lust and jealousy and pride and blah, 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 all of these things to Lucifer because that's what Christians did. But Lucifer, by meaning, is the light bringer. It's more like a Horus, or actually more like Prometheus. Prometheus is the better representative of the archetype of Lucifer. Way more like Prometheus. In fact, the story is almost identical. Almost identical. A titanic being, one of the Titans, who was a traitor to the other Titans, who worked with the gods and then betrayed them by bringing the fire of the gods to humans and then was punished and stuck to a rock in Tartarus. I think it was in Tartarus, right? With a spear. That's a way closer myth to Lucifer than anything Venus ever did. Yes. Very good, Alpha. Lucifer and Jesus were more like the same thing. Exactly. In fact, that's why I like the Gnostic mythology so much, because Gnosticism was demonized by the Christians into becoming the Lucifer that we talk about. The Gnostic tradition was demonized because the Gnostics had faith in Lucifer, not Yahweh. And they saw Christ, the Jesus character, as an incarnation of Lucifer, not the other way around. Jesus was an incarnation of Lucifer, according to the Gnostics. So the early Christians had to demonize the Gnostics. So they demonized it by literally incorporating everything they believed into the idea of Satan. Everything the Gnostics believed became Satan. This is why in certain Gothic fiction, take Castlevania, for example. I know this is like a stupid thing to do, to like draw. Look at Castlevania. You had these Christian monks with the sigil of Leviathan and were worshiping Satan as that's not a new thing. There was actually a time when that was what it was seen as, that there were like these Christians that were satanic Christians. How the fuck? What do you think? Fucking, this is where I go crazy, because this is where it becomes fucking the Da Vinci Code for Goths type shit, and you can lose your mind all these rabbit holes. The Baphomet, before Eliphas Levi came along and turned it into that, you know, cool ass fucking goat dude. Before that happened, what was Baphomet? Well, if you look at the history of this shit, you're talking about something that Muslims were believing in, that not Muslims, but you know, people of that area, and the Knights Templar went down there. They got kind of converted by something. That was a corruption of Gnosticism that had traveled through that part of the world and became that tradition. The Baphomet is a symbol of union, of gnosis, of union of the divine, realizing I am the divine. That's the when you become the Baphomet, you realize the as above and the so below are one in you. Boom, done. Then that's Satan, because it's a goat-headed thing. No, this is the symbolism of beast and divine together. It's a symbol. It's not, they weren't literally worshiping a goat-headed demon. It's silly. Yes, I mean, to be clear, Alpha, I also use the Venus as the Lucifer morning star. Yes, I don't go with Venus as Venus the goddess or Venus Aphrodite. In my own personal work, Venus is Lucifer. Lucifer is not just lust or something. Lucifer is the light bringer, and he's also, so it's phosphorus and the one when it sets. Anyway, it's the rising and the setting sun, rising and setting Venus. And Lucifer rises and Lucifer falls. Lucifer rises higher than the throne, comes before the throne, the whole works. And then Lucifer will fall into the abyss too. Okay. But I absolutely love, like, Venus is my favorite thing to look at. When I see it, it's that and the moon. I just love looking out at, there's certain times of the year that I will look and I will see Venus in the the western sky, and, you know, at night, and I'm just transfixed. I just stare at that. And I just think Lucifer, that's fucking Lucifer. That's what I think. Why do I think that? I don't know. But let me give you guys some fun thing. Remember that old nursery rhyme we were all taught? How's it go? Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I may, wish I might have the wish I wish tonight. That's usually Venus that you're wishing on. Oh, and also, I have to double check my notes, but I'm pretty sure that Venus was also the star that Buddha was looking at when he woke up. Just so you know. Pretty sure. I have to I could be wrong. I might be getting my mythologies confused. There might be two different versions of the story. Someone could Google that for me if you want. That's right, Ajna, the sabbatical goat, as we know today as the Baphomet, was designed in 1850. But the actual Baphomet was what, 1200s? I forget the year that the Baphomet originated in Western thinking because of the Knights Templar. I forget when that happened. That was back during the Crusades. So I think it was the Crusades, right? Someone do my history for me. I kind of fucked up on my history this week. So in my book, Jayla, for that stuff that's symbolic, what do towers represent? What do walls represent? What do houses represent? So towers are defensive fortifications and scouting towers. Like you can see far. So so when it says it builds towers, you're talking about it builds a certain kind of defense. Okay. So that's a defensive fixture. Spiritual defenses. It means it's good at defense. When it says building walls, that means containment. So that would be, you're trying to maybe, well, it's a form of protection, but it's also, you can hex people with it, build a wall around them, that kind of thing. When it says build strong buildings, that's how I interpret it. Is that what they meant? No, probably not. I'll tell you why. You know why the Goetia talks about building towers and stuff? Because it's rooted in the Solomonic legend of building the Temple of Solomon. That's why. And certain demons were better at building different things. That's where that comes from, unfortunately. But I turn it into, when it says builds towers, I see it as defensive fixtures. When it says build strong walls, that's containment and like barriers, wards, shit like that. When it says can destroy towers and destroy walls, that's an offensive. So like King Vine, right? King Vine, who was Mahis from Egypt. I've identified they're very similar if they're not the same thing. Was a witch finder, could destroy walls, could tell you who the enemy sorcerer was, could cause storms. It's all symbolic. That's all symbolic stuff. So treat it as symbolism. What do walls mean to you? What do towers mean to you? And work from there. So Lucifer to me is the archetype of enlightenment, revelation. So he would be the teacher or the sage or something like that. So you have to think of him as the archetype of the liberator. Now, liberators come in two flavors. You have the demiurge liberator, which is a savior. That would be like the way the Christian church views Christ. Then you have the liberator, which is so it's the difference between a person who gives you a fish and one who teaches you how to fish. The Christian version of the liberator is the one who gives you a fish. You become dependent upon the one giving you the fish. The Luciferian version of the liberator is the one who teaches you how to fish. Lucifer is like Crom from Conan. He doesn't do for you. Anyone who comes to me and says, I prayed to Lucifer and he got me a car, I go, that wasn't Lucifer, but you're entitled to what you think. And I don't argue with him. Lucifer don't give you cars. Lucifer doesn't punish your enemies. Lucifer is not a doer. Lucifer is a teacher. He's a liberator in the form of he's not going to come along and take your chains and pop them open for you. He's going to say, if you take that needle over there and work it in there, you might be able to pick the lock. Let me know when you get it. That's Lucifer. Lucifer ain't going to do shit for you. This is one of the reasons why he's the most powerful symbols, one of the most powerful entities. Why? Because ultimately, you become powerful because of this. When you say, oh, I'm going to work with the most powerful spirit there is, and it's going to do all this stuff for me like a pawn or a tool, you're an idiot. You're giving that other being your power, and you don't even realize it. You're saying, do for me. Why don't you do for yourself? I can't. What do you mean you can't? How can you command a god that can make storms, but you can't make the storm yourself? You silly? What are you, insane? So, I mean, I don't like to be this guy, because I'm not saying that you can have two Lucifers, because Lucifer is whatever you think it is. But there's one archetype that manifests as what I identify as Lucifer. That archetype is that teaches you to fish liberator. It's not a savior. It's not a doer. It's not a giver. It's not I pray to him and I get a Mercedes Benz. It's not even going to liberate you like suddenly your problems stop. Lucifer will show you the door, and you've got to go through it. Now, Does that Lucifer exist in the Christian church? Yes, he does. There are Christians that are working with the same exact archetype in the form of Jesus. It is the same archetype, but they see it as a guy who died on the cross. And again, go back into the Gnostic mythology. There are versions of Gnosticism that really leaned into the Lucifer stuff and saw Jesus as an incarnation of the fallen angel Lucifer. And it wasn't a fallen angel. The fallen part is the Christian additive. Lucifer was the light bringer that was sent by the monad to liberate the sparks of its own divinity from the clutches of the demiurge's control. So Lucifer is who sent the snake in the Garden of Eden, and Adam and Eve were tempted by it, but that temptation was not an evil temptation. It was a temptation to realize that they are divine. Literally, Gnosticism takes the Orthodox Christian shit and flips it completely over. Why is that important? Well, some of you guys might know, I've got a little bit of a pet peeve for people who simply invert good and evil or invert who the good guys are. That's not good to just do that. Like a lot of Satanists, no offense to my Satanist friends, a lot of Satanists just invert the roles. And they go and instead of worshiping Yahweh, they worship Satan. And it's like, so you abandoned Sky Daddy for Floor Daddy? That's all you did? Now you got to worship that dude as your father, not that dude as your father? You literally just flipped it over and you're doing the same idiocy. You're just wearing black now? Like you're wearing black nail polish and you're free now? Is that how this works? So no, I'm not down with that inversion. That's not what I'm into. The inversion I like about Gnosticism is it completely reverses how the roles work. The Gnostic view is the liberator doesn't come and yank you out of your prison. The liberator says, there's the door and here's how you pick it. Gnosticism says Lucifer incarnated as Jesus, not to die on your cross for your sins and therefore expunge them so that you could be liberated. That's the demiurge version. That's the savior version. The Gnostic version was Lucifer incarnated as Jesus to teach us to find gnosis, to teach us that we are the divine, that we are all the sons and daughters of God, that any one of us, and by when they said sons and daughters, they didn't mean this kind of son and daughter. They meant in the spiritual sense. The spiritual sense of son and daughter is hierarchical. It is emanative. When Jesus says, from the Gnostic perspective, that he is the son of God, he doesn't mean that God came down and porked Mary and that's why he had fucking Jesus. He means that he is an emanation of the divine. He also says that you are all sons and daughters of God, right? Only the Orthodox Christians say that Jesus is the only begotten son and that everybody else is inferior. The Gnostics didn't see that. The Gnostics says we're all the sons of God. When they said God, they didn't mean a personified God. They meant the monad. They meant the absolute divine, the thing that can't be personified about God. That's what they meant. They meant that we were the children of God as emanative things, as an emanation. We're all emanations of the divine, according to Gnostics. And the demiurge entrapped those emanations in bodies. One thing I don't like about Gnosticism is it's anti-material. Like, not like I am where I like poo-poo on it. I mean, like they think materialism, like the material is evil. I don't do that. I don't think that. Oh, look at that. DK says, Floor Daddy ooh-woo. Oh yeah, ooh-woo, ooh-woo, ooh-woo. Could you do it, honey? You probably do a better ooh-woo than I do. Oh, that's a little better. You gotta make it sound more like you're getting stepped on in a good way. But thank you for the 10 spot, DK. I appreciate that, brother. Floor Daddy all the way. So, you know, Gnostic Christians were like, it was almost like Hindus came to Christianity and said, here's how you do samadhi. I guarantee you, I bet you, and I have to do my research. I might even be proven right, but maybe there's no way to know. I bet you if I got into a time machine, step back into like the year 200 or something, and hung out with a bunch of Gnostics, I guarantee you that one of the things that they would do to achieve Gnosis, you ready for this? I bet you that they would be sitting around going, Amen. Amen. In other words, guaranteed. Like without, I have no doubt. If I landed back there and I didn't see that, I'd be shocked. I'd be shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Jayla asked a good question. What's the Abrahamic religion's obsession with downputting of women? Well, there's different schools of thought with that. One of them would say they don't put women down. They would say they just have defined roles. And if a man acted like a woman, that wouldn't be any better, right? The idea was that God created man and women separate and equal, okay? But they also believe that women were supposed to be subservient to men. Now, here's the thing, I think. This is just my opinion, but I think I'm right. The reason I think that this is done this way is because in metaphysics, the feminine is always receptive, the masculine is always assertive. So that's actually meant to be a metaphor. It's not meant to be a literal, and it was taken literally in culture. And so what happens is originally, whatever the mystics were saying, which was you have a divine feminine and a divine masculine. The divine feminine is receptive and nurturing. The divine masculine is assertive and impositional. Okay? The feminine is always yielding to the masculine. But the feminine is what inspires and draws in the masculine. There's always that part is left out in a lot of people for some reason. They see it as the man is invading the woman. How unfair and how unjust. Well, the woman's supposed to be going, come at me, baby. I'm using sexual terms, yes, but I'm trying to make it funny. The feminine is, do you think that the masculine forces itself into the feminine, or does the feminine say, come on? The real feminine says, come on. And the real masculine says, you got it. So there's a little bit of masculine in the feminine, a little bit of feminine in the masculine, like the yin yang. But that was lost, and it became women must do what men say, because women were identified as being more endowed with the feminine principle, and men were endowed with the masculine principle. So this became a cultural practice when it was supposed to just be a recognition. We can't deny, for example, I know there's a whole hullabaloo about gender in the world right now. But we cannot deny that if you take human beings, take them out of their culture, put them on desert islands with just the rudimentary ability to do what they do, you will find that it's always going to be, most commonly, the men assume an assertive role and the women assume a receptive role. Even in matriarchal cultures, where the women were the leaders of the tribes, there was still a tendency for the men to have a role that was assertive and the women to have a role that was nurturing and receptive, even when the female principle was in control. Because the stupid people think that when I say stupid people, I mean like the people who do patriarchy shit. They think that because the men is assertive, that they should be in control, ignoring the fact that the women say, come get me. So they're saying that because the man is the impregnator and the assertive one, that they should be in control, ignoring the fact that it's the woman that pulls the men, that pulls the masculine. Think of a yin yang, right? If you think about a yin yang and how it rotates around, I don't think it spins. I think we're supposed to recognize the yin yang as they're becoming each other, not spinning around each other. But let's go with the spinning for a moment. So I can't really do it, but you got your yin yang, right? Your 69 shape, right? Your two fishes. we are taught that the yang pushes the yin around. That's what we're taught in the West, but that's not accurate. The correct understanding is the yang pushes and the yin pulls. What is the difference between a pull and a push, except the perspective of the one to the other? If you're the yin, you're going to feel like you're being pushed by the yang. Or are you going to feel like you're pushing the yang? Which is it going to be? Are you going to feel like you're pulling the yang? There is no difference. Think of it like a steering wheel. If you turn left, which hand is doing the pushing and when's doing the pulling? Which one's doing the pushing and which is... I'm turning left. Which one's pulling and which one's pushing? Well, we have a tendency to say this one's pushing because it's on top. But really, this one's pushing too. They're both pushing and they're both pulling equally. There's no difference. That's why the yin has the yang in it and the yang has the yin in it. That's why you have the black dot with the white background and vice versa. It's the same thing. The duality is an illusion. The difference of the duality is an illusion. They're technically the same flow, the same Tao. Right, Wyatt. That's kind of what the ideal version of that is that the idea was that the man wasn't supposed to be better than the woman. They were just supposed to have different roles because the ancient world was highly pragmatic about what it did for reasons of efficiency. It's very rare, for example, in tribalistic Stone Age cultures, for women to be the hunters and men to be the ones staying at the cave gathering and making the outfits. Why? Why would that be? Well, the women have roles suited to what they do biologically. It's a fact. I don't I know we have this issue with gender. I know people are going to be, that's not true. Go back 10,000 years and show me how I'm wrong. Go back 10,000 years and see how people live. Do you think it was just because men were dicks? That's why women live that way? And men live that way? That's why? Because men were patriarchy fuckers? I don't think so. I think there was a pragmatic reason for it. I'm not saying it's better or right. I'm saying it's pragmatic. Pragmatic doesn't have anything to do with morality or right or wrong. It is what's easier in life. Why does the male seahorse carry the babies? Why do both parents sit on the egg when they're birds, usually? Why do human males go off hunting and the human females stay around the cave gathering? Why? Well, there's a lot of reasons for that. There's a lot of practical and pragmatic reasons that don't have anything to do with one's better than the other. You know why we're taught that one's better than the other these days? Like why we're taught that that's sexist? Is because somebody got it in their heads that being a hunter is better than being a gatherer, or vice versa. As if they're both like, can you live by hunting alone? No, you will die. If you're living in a tribal culture and all you do is hunt, you're in deep shit if you don't have somebody doing gathering. Somebody better be gathering. Well, who do we decide does the hunting and who do we decide does the gathering? Well, probably the one who, hunting is usually going to require more range because you got to go farther because game runs away. Food runs away when you're hunting it, deers and antelopes and even squirrels and shit. The men are going to go out and range. Why? Well, they're not the ones that are going to be carrying the babies around. If you're living in a world where people can't have sex just for fun so easily, like we can today, where every time you have sex, you don't even understand how that works. You just know if I fuck and the juice goes in you, you're going to have a baby. So the most you can do is the pull-out method, right? That's assuming you even want to. So if most sex results in a baby, that means that a female is likely to be pregnant quite often. A pregnant female, I don't know, ladies, if you're in the chat and if you've ever had a baby, put your hand up if you think a woman could go ranging through the forest with a pack on and a spear and a blowgun and shit, climbing over mountains and carrying antelopes back. I'm probably going to say you can't do it very easily. It's not comfortable at the very least. That's not your first job. But if you are walking around with a big old belly and all you got to do is walk a couple 100 yards around the perimeter of your encampment to pluck some berries and maybe check some rabbit traps. Could you do that? 100% you could do that. So the role of the female has almost everything to do with the fact that she's going to have a child. So they're taught to stay home. The men are taught to range. So where does this one's better than the other come from? I don't know. I think that's just because people are assholes. In all honesty, I don't think that has any legitimate source at all. My wife's chiming in. Hell no. They could be reptiles, DK. No, they're probably just listening because I've been told that even when I'm ranting and they don't agree with me, they just love the sound of my ranty voice. So that's probably true. So does that mean that that's where women belong, though? No, of course not. Of course not. That should never have been a thing. Like how that became a thing, I think is just fallibility of human nature. But here's the deal. Okay. Why would a woman want to be a huntress? Why would someone say they couldn't? So if I just happen to believe, and I'm willing to bet that if we go back 10,000 years, if there was a woman that insisted on being a huntress, she was a huntress. I don't think that you had a problem with that. I don't think that there was very likely to be many tribes who said, women can't do that. I think that's a modern concoction. I think that we look at history through the lens of our modern stupidity, and we look at cave people and say, all the men were hunters and all the women were cave dwellers. I think that's bullshit. I think you had women hunting too. It's just that I think that tribal people have to focus their energy on one set of skills a little bit. You need some special, even in a tribal culture where you can be generalistic, you still need some specialization. You're going to have, so if you're a woman and you're going to specialize in hunting, it means you're probably going to avoid having babies. Probably. If nothing else, you're doing it a little bit less efficiently. So it was probably just more efficient for the women to usually not be the hunter. That doesn't mean they never did it. Very funny, me too. He says, I thought the female was one that was supposed to swing on the pole. Just a joke. So here's, you would almost certainly catch women doing fishing and trapping and foraging, all of that shit, while the men were out killing shit. But do you think that men never did any foraging? No, of course not. Of course they did. Think men didn't do any fishing? You think they didn't know how to sew or something? No, of course not. Look at today. Go watch documentaries about people living in the Amazon that still live in these Stone Age lifestyles. Are the men the ones that hunt? Usually. Are the women the ones that sit around and do the chores? Yes. Does that mean the men don't have domestic chores to do? Of course not. Why does this happen over and over? Is it just that men are sexist? Is that why? That's a lie you've been told. You've been told that the reason women never go hunting is because men are bastards and they won't let us do it. I'm sure that's how it turns out, but I'm sure the reasoning is not for that. I'm sure the reasoning has nothing to do with why you're being... The reasoning is almost always going to be something pragmatic that can be corrupted into a toxic thing, yes. You think there aren't women going, don't you dare go hunting, woman, you need to stay home and have your babies? Of course there are. Is that because men made them do that, or is it because women made them do that? I don't know. It's chicken and egg. The whole idea that men keep the women in the home and it's their fault, I think is just stupid to blame it on either gender. I think it's both. I think everybody has this. It's a pragmatic thing. Is it better or worse? I don't think so. I think it's a pragmatic issue. I don't think it's an issue of right or wrong. I think it's pragmatic. If people are listening to this and are saying that I'm sexist, come check out my wife and my relationship. If I was sexist, she wouldn't have a job. If I was saying that that's how it should be, she would be home all the time. I don't. My wife and I are on an even footing with just about everything. I'm better at certain things. She's better at other things. And we trade off based on that. We're pragmatic about it. Interestingly, no offense, she's probably going to chime in and say this is true. I'm more nurturing than she is by default. Hell yeah. She just agrees with me. She's more, when it comes to the nurturing department, she's more like the guy version. She's more like a father when it comes to certain things.
jar of pickles.
She opens the jars of pickles. When our son was having a bad day, a lot of the time I would take the nurturing. She would too. I'm not saying she didn't, but I took a lot of the nurturing roles on, a lot more than most fathers do. A lot of fathers would be like, okay, whatever. No, I was like, let's talk about it, buddy. What's the matter? Not saying she wouldn't. I'm not saying that at all. It's just that it was like my specialty. I would kiss the boo-boos, right? It's just how I am. It's my soft side. I don't know which part of me that is if you want to do my chart, but some part of me is doing that. Yeah, and DK says, I think they had practical reason for role reversals. I think they did too. This is why I've talked about, like when Fleshy was on, and I've said that, you know, I don't know what words we want to use for the technical version for it, but I think that LGBT people that we see today are an evolutionary advantage, or they wouldn't exist, right? The classical school of thought, LGBT people are an abomination, they're against nature, they're bad, right? And their reasons will run the gamut from religion to practicality. The religious ones, we can just get rid of those. Like, don't even, just throw them out. They're moralistic bullshit. So what about the practical reasons? Well, if you're not having babies, you're not much used to the tribe. So you must not, that's why, because even if you don't believe in God, you know homosexuals are bad, see, because they don't have a baby, and that's bad for the tribe. Bullshit, motherfucker. By having somebody who doesn't have a baby, now you got a person who doesn't have to give any resources to anything but everybody. They can share themselves better. They can help raise the children without being a drain with their own children. That's an evolutionary advantage. So long as it's not everybody, right? Everybody can't be that. But to have a certain percentage of your tribe be that actually is a survival advantage, believe it or not. Someone who doesn't produce offsprings as often or at all may seem like they're not a productive part of the tribe because they're not having kids, but they're also not making mouths to feed. So whatever they do to contribute to the tribe, it's all gain. So they're a valuable member of the tribe. There's evidence. People don't get this. People think that like people from antiquity were like these barbaric motherfuckers. Dude, there is so much evidence that our ancestors would take care of people with debilitating injuries for decades. Someone with a leg that was twisted and gimpy was treated like anybody else and wasn't kicked out of the cave and killed. If they still had value, you're telling me someone who didn't have a kid wouldn't have value? Of course they would. If they treated that person with a fucked up leg as if they had enough value that they could sacrifice resources to keep them alive, you're telling me someone that didn't have kids wouldn't be valued? Of course they would. So this idea that if there was any truth to this idea that they weren't a valuable asset to the human condition, they would have already been bred out. They would have already been gone. They wouldn't exist anymore. They keep turning up in human biology, not psychology, well, both, but they keep coming out as a possible vector for human beings because they do serve a valuable role. And I've said this, it's like one of those things like, how come no one else can see that? Even like, I think that there's even LGBT people that don't see that. They don't realize that. If they realize that, they might maybe feel maybe less not conflicted, like they're in less conflict with humanity. Because I think that they've been told their whole lives that they don't serve a valuable purpose, that they're evil, that they go against nature. But I think if they were able to see that they did and they do, and that they are a valuable part of nature, that they are part of human nature, and they're a beautiful part of human nature, not to be shunned, not to be hated, not to be feared. I think that I think that a lot of things would change pretty quick, actually. Now, I do want to say that I'm, you know, there's this whole groomer thing going on right now that's being said. And, you know, I, for one, don't equate groomer and LGB, but I will say that I don't want kids being like influenced to be anything. You know what I mean? I don't want, not overly so. It's not a binary issue for me. It's like when you raise a kid, there's a question. Should a kid be raised with like the norms, quote unquote, of gender, or with something else? I know that in my experience, my wife and I chose to go with gender norms and with the option to accept and then encourage whatever developed. So if our son had grown up and started really, really demonstrating that his gender wasn't male or whatever, once that was truly confirmed to us, we probably would have then worked to responsibly guide him so that he didn't make any drastic decisions before his body was able to deal with it. You know, that's one, and I don't want to, this is a very touchy subject, so I got to be careful how I say this stuff, because people will misunderstand. I think that before a certain age, you know, kids are impressionable with stuff and they can be convinced that there's something they're not. That could be straight, by the way. You know, I think that pressuring a kid to be straight is no better than pressuring them to be anything else, and it's no worse. It's equal, right? Don't pressure a kid to be anything. I do recall with my own son, I did encourage a certain masculinity in him because of, I sort of could tell, like, okay, he's definitely, what's the word for it? He's definitely patterning or whatever. Definitely, I'm getting tired, so I can't think of the word. He's definitely expressing maleness. And, you know, I would try to impress him. Well, this is, if you think you're this is how they act. That's how I put it. Yeah, DK, I don't know. Jordan Peterson, he gets a lot of flack because he has some very firm opinions. I find myself agreeing with him more than I don't, though I do disagree on some issues very strongly. But Jordan Peterson would be a welcome conversationalist with me. I would definitely talk to, like, I wouldn't shun him. He's not someone who offends me. I think that people get offended with him because of identity politics and tribalism, and they hear what he has to say and they think that he's against, you know, all this and that. And on some level, he probably is. He's definitely come out as very, you know, not spiritual, but religious. Like, he's not spiritual, he's religious, and I don't like that. You know, him and a few other tradcon types, I don't like that shit. I think that they're kind of foolish for it, but it's what they believe. And so long as they're not pushing it on me, like I got to do it, I don't care what they think. It's like, if you're a hardcore religious person, good for you. You know, that's great. But don't push it on everybody else. Don't insist that we are all Christians or some shit. That's stupid. If you want to make an argument that Christianity is the best thing in the world, make that argument. You're free to do that, and I respect you for trying. But if you try to say it's the best religion in the world, and if you don't believe in it, you go to hell, I go, I'll see you there, buddy. Matt Walsh. I forget who he is. I don't think I know about him. Do I know about him? I don't know. Maybe I do. I heard the name. I probably know who he is. I don't know. I don't follow him either way. Good or bad. I don't know what he is. I mean, raising a child in gender norms without pushing gender on a child, I think is probably the right way to go. I think that you raise a kid in what is the normal for your culture, whatever that is. If your culture, if you're living on an alien planet and it's always reversed or something, then do it. You know, whatever. When in Rome, right? But in America, there are gender norms that we go with traditionally, that we've always gone with. And you lean into that. You go, okay, kids are going to wear this kind of clothing when they're boys and this kind of clothing when they're girls, see what happens. And if they get older and they go, you know what, I don't like that, you don't stand in the way too much. You might stand in the way a little bit, but when I say stand in the way, I mean, like, just like you wouldn't let a kid have ice cream for dinner, you know? There's got to be some limits. There's got to be some kind of boundary. You got to be able to say, okay, if you really want to be you got to give them the, like, if your kid is like 5 years old and it's a boy and says, I want to wear a dress to school, I probably wouldn't let him do it. I probably wouldn't. I'm going to be honest. I probably would say no. Even if I thought that they were trans, right? Even if I thought they were a trans female, I would actually probably be like, you know what, do me a favor, buddy. And you keep on with this, and then let's see how you develop. And if you still feel that way in 5 years, you know, just like I wouldn't, like if my kid said, I want to go hunting with you when he's 5 years old, I wouldn't let him do it. It's the same thing. I think that there's things that should wait. I just do. And I think that the reason that they should wait is for the same reason we don't let 12-year-olds decide what they're going to do when they get to college. I think that there's decisions that are consequential, and some are more and some are less. I think changing to boy clothes isn't that big a deal, to be honest with you. Like if it's a girl who wants to wear boy clothes and a boy wants to wear girl clothes, I'd probably be fine with that at a younger age than some things. But like going out and getting hormones and shit, oh hell no. Like I think I draw a line there. To me, there's a line, you know, where it becomes grooming when you're like, oh, you know, give a kid who's 10 fucking hormone blockers. I don't think so. Doesn't sit right with me. You know, maybe it's not but then again, maybe it's not my place to tell you what to do with your kid. So, you know, I would rather not decide for you. I would rather not be the one who decides that. But if I had to be the one, if you were saying, Thorne, you are now king of the world, you have to decide this thing, I would say, okay. I would say once a person reaches the age of majority, they can do whatever the fuck they want to their body. If you want them to have the ability to have a sex change when they're 12, make that the age of majority. But until we do that, no, age of majority is whatever it is in that culture. And that's when you can do it. Before that, no. And that's how I do it. And does that solve the problem? No, but at least it puts an arbitrary line on things so the people got to work within those boundaries and can then work from there. That's all. Oh, that whole what is a woman thing. I know that, Matt Walsh. Now, thank you, DK, for the 10. I should give you your 10 back. If you're talking about what, okay, is that guy? I don't know if it's the same thing. Is that the guy who was Yes. Okay. No, he's actually quite good. I have to admit, he's actually quite good with that stuff. And it does illuminate a difference. I have no problem. Like, if you ask me, like, you know, will I call a trans female a female? I mean, they may not. So I will call them girl. I'll call them woman. I'll say it's like, I don't care about that. That doesn't bother me. Will I say that they are biologically one? No. Like there is a line for me. That if that offends them, I hope they understand I mean that with zero malice. It's not a matter of morality. It is, what's their DNA? You know, what is that? What does it mean to be that? So Matt Walsh makes some good points, for sure. You guys are funny. I mean, it's like, I don't want to be the one to decide this shit for people. This is not where I hang my hat. I don't really care about that stuff that much. I think that it's become a wedge in our society about what we call people, when it's like, you guys are so busy worrying about pronouns and shit that we're literally going off a cliff, and you guys are arguing about pronouns while I'm trying to steer this fucking truck off the fucking cliff. You guys are like, don't call me a woman, you bastard. And it's like, dude, turn left. What are you doing? So it's like, I think it's stupid. Like, I think that we make such a big deal about pronouns and shit. I think on both sides, it's stupid. I honestly think it's stupid. Like, I would say, Matt Walsh, you do some really great shit when it comes to logic, but I would say that you and the other side that are both arguing are stupid. I don't mean like this isn't an important argument. It's just, we're going off a cliff right now. I don't care if the guy next to me is a gal, if we're both trying to not go off a cliff. It doesn't, I like, look at how I'm like, ugh, it's stressing me out. That's not a battle I care about. I don't care about you saying it's ma'am or it's man. I don't care. That doesn't matter right now. Let's not go off the cliff. Then we can come back to that later. From an amicable position. You know why? Okay. How about, let's do it like this. Let's put it this way. The whole reason that is such a fucking big deal to everybody right now is because the globalists want us divided over that, so that if we didn't have that issue, we'd probably come together about a lot of things. It's a distraction, like my wife said. It's a goddamn distraction. That's all it is. This is like, you guys have heard the pineapple pizza thing. It's, does pineapple go on pizza or not? That's literally what it is, but it's about our bodies, and everybody makes it a civil rights issue because you got some fucking moralistic Christians that get all uppity about it, and then you got some moralistic woke people that get up about it, and everybody in the middle is like, I don't care. We don't care about this. Nobody cares if the pineapple goes on the pizza or not. Can we not go off the cliff? Can we have jobs? Can we have security? Can we not be in a civil war? That's what people care about. Yes, Sushi, it's distractions. Welcome, Sushi. I love the name. Sushi's an awesome name. Sushi. It's a distraction. And this is why I get in trouble, because people on both sides get mad at me, because I'm not going to fight your battle over this one. Some of my best friends, I know it sounds like you're not supposed to say it. So I'm like the token straight guy for a lot of people, okay? I'm the token straight guy, the token cis white male, okay? I don't look at my trans friends or my queer or bi friends. I don't look at them as like, what the hell? That's weird and different. I just go, hey, you're a fucking human being. I don't give a fuck what you do. Just do it with a consenting adult. After that, I don't care. You want to come to my house in a dress and you're a dude? Don't give a fuck. Welcome. Sit down. Cross your legs, please. Sit down. Let's have a nice conversation. It's not a deal. It's not an issue to me. I don't care. Like Blair White, for example, I call her a her. I don't see that as a that or a him, or I call Blair a her. It's not, I don't even see, I don't care. And if Blair said, call me a him, I would. I don't care. It's a word. Don't give a fuck. People are like, oh, you're what's the word? You're reinforcing their delusions. No, I'm not. It's not the same thing necessarily. Can it be a reinforcement of a delusion? I guess, if it's taken to an extreme, but so can anything. If I go around and I praise Christians for everything, I'm reinforcing their delusions too. I'm not going to do that either. Or I might just leave them alone. It's like these are not hills I need to die on. I think that's what I'm getting at. It's not a hill I want to die on. I don't want to die on the you're a woman, not a man hill. That's a stupid hill to die on. Anybody who's dying on that hill is stupid. I mean that. I'll tell that to my best friend. I don't care. If that's a hill you want to die on, I think that's a stupid hill to die on. There's way more important hills to die on right now. I'm sure that there's going to be some woke tard that's going to look at me and say, what an asshole. Look what he said. He doesn't care about trans rights. No, I absolutely fucking do. I was fighting for trans rights before most of these woke dipshits that call themselves trans right activists right now. Physically defending people from other people before you fuckers came along and made a fucking grifting career out of it. So don't tell me I don't care. It's just that it's not a hill I want to die on, and it's not a thing that is like, I think that's one of the things, like Fleshy and I really, really strongly agreed about one thing in particular, and that was I don't treat people differently based on that stuff. Doesn't faze me. I don't make a big deal out of it. Someone comes up to me and they're trans, I don't make a deal out of it either way. I don't treat them differently because they're trans. I treat them how I would treat somebody if I was them. I go, okay, you're a human being. I'm going to treat you how you'd want to be treated. If that means I say a few words that make you feel good, I say a few words that make you feel good. I don't care. Does that mean that you should necessarily be on the same sports or, that kind of stuff? No, I draw a line there. We don't need no, F to M transsexuals on the women's baseball team, dude, unless it's a co-ed baseball thing. No, thank you. There's a reason that we split the genders for this stuff. It's not to be sexist. It's not to be misogynist. It's not to be turf or any other kind of shit. It is literally, there's a reason for it. Yes, Odo, the golden rule, precisely. You know, this whole thing that M to F swimmer that was like kicking everybody's ass, and people were like, oh, she's so amazing. No, I don't think so. Nope. If it's turf to see that as wrong, then I'm a turf. But I'm not a turf because I'm against trans people at all. I'm not a feminist. I'm none of that shit. It's kind of like, you know, would it be fair if I went to a kids boxing match and boxed people? If you would have a problem with me going to like, you know, a teenage, you know, 12 to 16 boxing ring, you know, and boxing the featherweights, if you got a problem with that, then you should probably have a problem with having a big brawny M to F swimming against, you know, a bunch of Fs. And the MMA shit, oh my God. And that's not to say women can't fight, dude. I've known some women that can fight an ass.
They unfairly get the piss beaten out.
But they unfairly get the piss beat out of them. They do. Look, trust me, like you can look it up. There's some women out there that can whoop a ass, okay? There's no question. I mean, even a big old man ass. That's not the issue. The issue is that should that be like mixed up? Well, if it is, then it is. You want to, like, I think, was it Joe Rogan that said it? Why don't we do this? Why don't we have men's division, female division, and then open whatever the fuck? Just whatever the fuck. Just co-ed everything. Just throw them all in a ring. Whoever wants to fight, fight. Why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? Why don't we have men's football, women's football, everybody's football? Why don't we do that? Oh, we couldn't do that because that wouldn't be fair. Are you high? I think that's great. I would watch that shit. I'd watch the everybody fight. I'd watch the everybody football. I'd watch the co-ed. I'd call it whatever you want to call it. I'd probably call it everybody because this way you don't have to worry about trans and shit. Just everybody. You could go running in there and dude in a dress and some chicken fucking thong, whatever the fuck. Everybody fight all at once. Boom, 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 boom. I love it. Great. No problem. But if you're going to have a men's division and you're going to have a female division, trans don't get to cross that line. I'm sorry, they just don't. It's a different conversation. From a social perspective, if you want to say that's a woman, I don't care. That's fine. Or you want to say it's a man, I don't care. But sports and shit like that, where it really comes down to something that is physically relevant, I don't know. Call me whatever you want. Call me insensitive. It's actually not insensitivity. I'm sensitive to the women that have to go through it. I'm sensitive to the men that have to go through it. I'm not being insensitive to anybody. I'm really not. Why it brings up the soccer game of the fully grown women against a bunch of kids. I mean, I don't know, dude. I have a feeling there was maybe a little bit of fuckery going on there, but I don't know. I don't know. I've heard of that, and I do have questions. I definitely have questions how that's even possible. I don't think. Odo says like the Special Olympics. All right, I mean that's a little rough, but yeah, I guess you could say it like that. I mean that's kind of putting it in a negative light, but that's kind of what I'm saying. You know, not with that same kind of like, you know, negativity that's often goes. I don't see. Well, maybe it shouldn't be negativity with the Special Olympics, but I mean, come on, there's a reason we laugh, right? No offense to the Special Olympics stuff. That's not quite what I mean, but there is a reason that it does have a stigma, fairly or unfairly presented. But yeah, kind of like that. I think that would be fair. And I think that what makes that good is that in a way that would be the best of all worlds, because if a female won that, or a M to F or a F to M, it wouldn't be because of some unfair advantage because they switched teams or something, right? It would be literally they really won. They really won fair and square. And that would be awesome. You know, some people want all or nothing because they're like politicized. They want, well, it should only be male. It should only be female. It should only be mixed. No, I want all three. I want a men's division, a female division, and an everybody division for everything. Do this for everything unless it's something that just can't. You couldn't have like a childbirth for like men division, I guess. You know, that would be an everybody or a female division, I guess. You know what I'm saying? But why are we dying on this hill right now? Our inflation's what? What's inflation? Somebody Google it right now. What's inflation at right now? How many wars are we about to stick our dick in? You know, what's going on with censorship? What's going on with the president threatening half the country? What's going on? And right now the biggest thing is pronouns? Really? That's how you know it's a psyop. That's how you know it's a subversive thing. Look up what's his name? Yuri Bezmenov, I think is his name, and it's political theory. It's I forgot the name of it, but he does this video about subversion, and it's an ex-KGB guy, and he comes over in the 80s, and he talks about how they use subversive methods. And I had an argument with somebody not long ago about it, that they didn't see the subversion. I'm like, you don't see the well, I mean, granted they were like young 20s, but so they wouldn't see it. But if you're like over 40, you see the subversion very clearly. You see the slippery slope that happened. You see how it goes from, you know, a just cause, okay? Back in the 80s and 90s, when I became conscious, like as a young adult and young man, whatever, you know, teenager or whatever, back then there was a need for some of what the things that I would call subversive now. There was a need for gay rights, trans rights, racial equality stuff. There was a very strong need for a little bit of punk rock pushback. There's a very strong need for pride parades and all of that shit. And I will admit, at that time, pride parades I didn't like the sound of. Like, I was a little bigoted when I was a young kid. I really was. Like, I didn't know that, like, what I think now. I was raised Christian, so when I heard gay, I heard devil. That's what I thought was evil shit as a kid. And then I ended up with my best friend at the time, ended up coming out to me. And I was like, oh my goodness, this guy's like my best friend. I can't judge that. That would be wrong. He's been my best friend all this time. I can't turn my back. He needs my help. He needs my love and my friendship. And as I struggled with that, I eventually saw through my bigotry about it, and I realized it was wrong, and it never really came back, right? And I think what happens is people have rational lines where they disagree on these things, and they're not rooted in bigotry or hatred on any level. They're rooted on pragmatism or practicality or even tradition, yes, which may be an arbitrary reason, but it is a reason nonetheless. Doesn't mean it's rooted in hate or bigotry. And one side will say that unless you like everything we say, you're a bigot. And the other side says, wait a minute, that's not true. So there's times that I get accused of being hateful or bigoted when in actuality, I just have a different opinion about it. It's not rooted in hate. The reason that I don't want M to F people to play in female sports is not because I hate M to F. I don't have a problem with you, bro. Whatever you want to call yourself. Bro, ho, whatever the fuck. Don't care. You want me to call you ma'am? I'll call you ma'am. I don't care. It's not my problem. I don't think it's a problem at all. I got a pragmatic reason for being against it. It has nothing to do with bigotry or hate. If it was about hate, you'd know it. I don't like to operate based on hate. You can ask my wife, when I'm feeling hateful, I'm not happy. I don't do hate very well. Jesus gave the 11. He kind of did, yeah. Although that's kind of baked into the first 10, but yes. Now, Christians have twisted that into love even, like, notice how you put even LGBTQ, right? I would just say love one another, and LGBTQ or not shouldn't even be part of the conversation. They're human beings. Love human beings. Done. Period. That's it. Love. And I don't mean love like we all have to love like, oh, you're the best person love. I mean compassion. When they say love, they meant compassion. Whether they meant to mean it or not. That's what they should have meant, was compassion. Love should be replaced with compassion. Have compassion for everybody. Have self-love for everybody. That's what compassion means. People say, oh, compassion is selfless. No, compassion is self-love for everybody. See the self in everybody. It's the golden rule again. Look at everybody and say, that's me in another body. How would I want to be treated? It has nothing to do with selflessness. It's selfishness externalized into everybody. If you can do that, it's a lot harder to fuck people up. You really need to have a reason to hurt people. It's got to be defense, or it's got to be something. It's a lot harder to be hateful. It just is. I'm not saying you can't do it though. It's a lot. Hate's not a bad thing. It's just got to be directed. Hate directed indiscriminately or discriminately is, you know, depending on how you use it, is not healthy. But hate can be a healthy emotion and a healthy attitude. Absolutely. I agree with Anton LaVey with that. Hate is a necessary, important, and beautiful emotion, but it needs to be applied properly. It cannot be used as discriminatory in the sense that you're bigoted about it. Hate in the form of, I hate that you're a murderer and I'm going to do everything to stop you. That's hate properly applied. Hate that's applied as, I don't like that you like sausages, so I'm going to murder you. That's, you know, ridiculous, but that's an obvious misappropriation and misuse of hatred. Hatred properly applied is a beautiful and necessary emotion. It's the only way we stop certain things. Odo says, today's Christians forget that command though. Here's the thing. Just do me one favor when you say that. Say many of today's Christians, not all. Like, let's not do the thing that we see other people doing. Let's try to avoid generalizations, even about Christians, because for every Christian that you see or think of that does that, I can find some for you that would do the opposite. So many of today's Christians, in fact, most of today's Christians forget that command. Correct. But I know quite a few that do. Trust me. I know quite a few that do remember that command. And they're proud of it. Unfortunately, I don't like that they're proud of it, but they're allowed to be proud of it because it's tough. It's tough to be in that crowd and be that way sometimes. It can be. But I've noticed that, like, we had a friend, a mutual friend, me and Fleshy, he was a pretty hardcore Christian. And he would joke around like, oh, y'all need Jesus. Y'all need Jesus. Y'all need Jesus. But he still hung out with us. You know, and he ended up being a bit of a dick, but it wasn't because he was a Christian. It was a completely separate issue. Like, he was just a dick because he was a dick. It had nothing to do with Christian shit. So I know you know that, Odo. I'm just saying, when I see that, you probably mean it that way, as in many of today's Christians. It's just, I feel like it should be said. I think that, I don't know, I get a lot of flack lately as a left-hand guy defending Christianity. Why do you think I do that? Put in the comments, why do I defend Christianity so much? Really, be honest with me. Do you think it's because I'm Christian or something? Do you think that I have like some kind of special need to be Christian? Put in the comments, why do you think I spend so much time defending Christianity here with all of this going on? Why do I do that? You think it's just like, oh, I care so much? You think there's a reason for it? Do you think that I have a reason for it? You think it's something like, oh, I feel like a Christian, or do you think that I have an ulterior motive? What do you think it is? Let's see how good you guys are. See how perceptive you guys are. I want to look at pedo Hitler. See what I'm missing. Oh my God, all these pedo Hitler things are freaking great. Oh man, I've been streaming for a long. I gotta go. I'll gonna let you guys answer this question. I'm gonna read the answers. Okay, Wyatt, that's like the compassionate reason. I'm not going to say that there isn't compassion involved. There is. The compassion is definitely a component of why I do it. But there's also a little bit more to it than that. We'll see if anybody else can delve a little bit deeper. Okay, so Shrieking Violet makes a big part of it. She gets me pretty good. So when you combine what Wyatt said with this, the freedom to do as they please like everyone should have. Right, freedom of religion is a big reason. Absolutely. So you guys have both indicated two of the bigger reasons why I do it. Now let's see if we can find the next one. Does anybody want to guess what my last, maybe the one that nobody's thinking of? The Hangman. Thank you, Shrieking. You got me. That's why I married you. The Hangman. What did I say earlier in the night? You gave me chills. That's how well you nailed it. You gave me chills, darling. You did. That's impressive. The Hangman. That's exactly why I'm doing it. And people go, Thorne, you're a Christian apologist. You like Christians. No, I don't like the fucking Hangman, motherfucker. And when he comes around, that fucker gets an earful. Sorry, even if it's a Christian, even if it's a fucking Satanist, the fucking Hangman gets an earful. Period. People who've done no wrong, no real wrong, when the Hangman comes, I get fucking pissed. That's actually number one reason is the Hangman. More than the compassion. You can say it's compassion now. It's because I hate that Hangman. I hate that fucker. I've always hated that fucker. When I was a kid and I had friends that would get in trouble with bastard teachers that would always fucking come around and give, I hated that too. I hate authority when authority's unearned, when authority's unfair. And I hate when people pick on each other. I hate when people bully each other. I hate that shit. Always have. Always have. I used to bully bullies like it was my job. I loved it. I would find a bully, and I was bigger than just about anybody. So, ooh, I love bullying bullies. You can ask my wife. I get sadistic when I'm mad at you. I would bully bullies real bad when I was growing up. It really sucked when I couldn't, though. It really sucked when the bully got me. It did happen once or twice, but I liked to bully bullies. I really did. If somebody was like, if I caught a bully, yes, sir. I had fun with a bully because bullies cry like the biggest bitch. They really do. Bullies cry worse than everybody else. Once a bully gets put in their place, they cry. So I don't like the Hangman. He's a bully. He's a real bully. I'm not saying you shouldn't, like, I'm not one of these people that's like, bullying must stop. No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I like bullies. They taste good. Bullies are my favorite food. And the Hangman is an example of the bully. And the Hangman, I don't like to, that Hangman story scares the shit out of me. When I was a kid, the Hangman was read to me or whatever. I saw it when I was a kid and I got it as a kid. Like that shit hit me hard. And it wasn't just like, I'm scared of the Hangman. No, it was the principle of it, of an entire town just letting people get murdered one by one. And I saw that was a possibility in human behavior, and it drove me nuts to see that. Because I saw it everywhere. I saw my friends doing it. Like, I'd get in trouble and nobody would say anything, even though they knew I didn't do it. It used to drive me up a wall. So, you know, I mean, the thing is, I'm not saying I didn't pick on people. I'm not saying I wasn't like a ribber and I didn't shove people around and stuff. Like, people call bullying today what I call roughhousing, right? Like, I used to like, if that's bullying to you, then I bullied everybody. Like, I pushed my friends around too. But no, I only beat up people who had it coming. Like, I only beat up the bullies. Like, I only really went for them. That my friends, I would assert dominance on them. Sure, I'd be a domineering dick. Totally different, though. No, it doesn't, Wyatt. Trolling doesn't count as bullying. No. I don't count trolling as bullying. I can think it's annoying and toxic and should stop, but it's not bullying. Bullying to me is like, someone's eating your lunch and making you scared to come to school and making fun of you incessantly so you can't fucking like cope. Like trolling is one thing, but like it can go, like when I was a kid, I got picked on because I was fat, and it was to the point where like tears would be running down my face and they wouldn't stop. And then finally one day I had enough and I just started beating people up for it, and it kind of like subsided a little bit. And luckily, like, but it wasn't like I couldn't take being, like people say sticks and stones. Yeah, but after a while names do damage. Like words can damage people after a while. Not one or two. Like when it's like you can't even fucking walk down the hall in school without 30 people pointing and laughing at you. Yeah, that's different. Like that's social alienation. That's not just words. Social alienation is different from words. Anyway, we all know what a bully is. It's not somebody who's a little bit rough or a little bit gruff or makes fun of people a little bit or is just a loudmouth. A bully is someone who really does hurt people on some level. Like they really are. But it's not even about the bully. It's the hangman to me is about apathy, and it's about not doing something when doing even a little something would make a big difference. If the moral of the hangman is, he even said if even one person had spoken up, he would have stopped. Nobody spoke up. And, I don't know what it is. I'm not saying that like, look, you'll never know what you're going to do in a crisis until it happens. You can say, oh, I would do this. I would stand up for this person. Like when I watched that George Floyd thing, right? This is one of the things like that I disagreed with MAGA on. I believe that was an unjust killing. Some people say, oh, he died of drugs. Okay, he died of drugs. But that kneeling thing, I know what I saw. I studied martial arts. I used to teach martial arts. I know what I saw. That wasn't like, the guy's pissing himself and dying and, I mean, come on. Oh, we didn't see what's going on about it. Yeah, but when we did, it didn't look that much better. I believe that was an unjust thing. I think that something about that was wrong, and it looked staged, but it looked wrong. And when I saw that, my hangman vibes popped up, and I said, whoa, what are you doing? Now, what would I have done if I was there? Would I have jumped on the cops? I don't know. Someone will say, oh, I would have jumped in. No, you wouldn't. You probably wouldn't have, because those cops have guns, and they might do to you what they're doing to him. Maybe you would have. Maybe you should have. But I will say that when I saw that was one of the harshest curses I've ever shot at anybody. And I also knew it was going to land. I knew when and within days, precincts are burning down, and within a year, the guy is in deep shit. I was pretty happy with that one, but I also felt like I wasn't alone. I felt like when I cast that, like I was late to the party and everybody else already threw their fucking energy on it. So I was just kind of like, and my axe, it was already too late. So, people would be like, oh, that's unfair. The cop, he was really just following his thing and he didn't really, fuck you. Fuck you. I don't have any special love for fucking, shit like that. I just don't. You guys unconscious going, let me up a little bit, let off a little. You don't have to be on his neck. You could have been on his back. You could have, if he died and you were just like on his back, I wouldn't have said a thing. I wouldn't have fucking thought a thing. I know, putting your knee, yeah, no, he's not a fucking cow. You put your knee on their neck. Shit, when the EMT even came, they like just dropped him on the fucking thing. It was ridiculous. You want to see one that's scary? I did, Wyatt. I was like, oh yeah. Oh, we're done. Oh yeah. You know what? You want one that's scary though? What's her name? Hetch, the one who just got in that car accident, that sick accident. You guys see that shit? Anne Heche. That's how you say it. Anne Heche. Did you guys see Anne Heche? Did you see her sitting up on the fucking gurney? Dude, that shit's nightmare fuel. Oh my God. I'd play it for you guys, but I could probably get a strike. let's see if I can find a video of it real quick. And then I gotta go. So I conferred with a doctor friend of mine, and I asked them, I showed them these videos. Give me a second. Where is it? This was like a month ago, so. All right. Problem is that's going to autoplay. So I'm just going to post a couple links. So who here watched that with Anne Heche? Anybody? Nobody? Okay. So I'm going to put, here's one link. So go watch this while you're listening to me. It's only a couple seconds long. I could do a whole video on this. I could do like a whole fucking stream just on this. This is a fucking rabbit hole. I don't know if the Twitter ones will work. They might be outdated, but the YouTube ones should work. So this chick, she's been in a lot of movies. She's done a lot of conspiracy theory movies about like chemtrails and shit. She drove down the, she apparently, the official story is she got high on drugs, drove like 150 miles an hour and crashed her car into a house, and it all burst into flames and she died in the fire pretty much. She like, something got her and then she ended up dying. Wyatt, the issue is not, it's not that I necessarily will get struck. You get striked for copyright. That's what you get striked for easily at my level. N-bombs and stuff, that just demotes you in the algorithms usually. Oh, Odo must have watched it. Yeah. So apparently the story here is that she did this number on herself and she ended up dying. I forget if they said she was pronounced dead later of brain oxygen, whatever, brain dead shit. So the video shows her being wheeled out, covered like she's dead on a gurney. And there's no doctors with her. There's just EMT guys, like fireman guys. And they're wheeling her to the ambulance. They're not rushing. They're just moving. Like they're rushing, but they're not like, you know, they're treating like she's dead, right? Then she fucking sits up like she's trying to get away. Instead of like immediately doing something to aid her, they just roughly shove her in the back of this fucking ambulance and drive off. So I sent this to my doctor friend who works in an emergency room. I'm not going to say anything more than that, just to protect his whatever. I asked him about it. So this is what I sent him. All right. I'm going to quote it. Let's see. I got to make sure I don't put anything incriminating here. Hey bud, conspiracy theory question time. Are you familiar with the video of Anne Heche supposedly trying to escape from a body bag after being pulled from the wreckage of her car? I'm looking for your intelligent medical professional, but off the record opinion on what this video is here. It really looks like she's in a body bag of some kind or a sheet over her. I know they don't have zippers on the inside, so it's probably a sheet. What's going on here? She sits up and the firefighter EMT guys just unceremoniously shove her into the back of the ambulance without even flinching or reacting except to grab and restrain her. Am I missing something? Would they just manhandle her like that? I know it's possible to maybe appear dead or something and then spontaneously revive, right? Especially if there's drugs and adrenaline involved. Maybe she just went over a bump and her heart started again. I don't know. But let's say that's what happened. Is this normal? Why did they just shove her in here like that? Why didn't they even flinch? So anyway, I kind of went on for a minute saying the same things over and over again. This is what he said. He got back to me. He says, hey, DH, this is definitely some bullshit. They killed her. I can't see any obvious signs of trauma or burns. So when somebody is truly clinically dead, heart and brain, they're not waking up like that unless it's a miracle. Then toss those out. Maybe I'm missing something, but why do the firefighters have black face masks on like balaclavas? Seems odd. This is no conspiracy theory. Something is definitely wrong. Additionally, the bag zipped from the outside, so this makes 0 sense. Okay? So my doctor friend confirmed that there's no way that that this is like normal. They killed that woman. They murdered her. So my question is, what was she connected to? Well, if you look up the movie that they were doing when she died, she was doing a movie about child trafficking that was pretty much an allegory of the Epstein stuff. Did she step on some toes? Did she find something out? Did she piss somebody off? Did she get too hot? Did she get too close? And how did they pull it off? You know what I think happened? This is my theory. Allegedly, of course. My alleged theory is that they shot her up with drugs, put her in the car, and they hacked her car. I forget what a car, it's like a PT Cruiser or some shit, I forget. They hacked her car, stuck the accelerator. Basically, it's really easy to do this. If you can get the computer in the car working right, if it's got a computerized fuel injection, which every modern car does, you can hack that fuel injector to be on full blast no matter what the gas pedal's doing. So you just hit that fuel injector to full blast. You're not stopping. She could have had her foot on the brake. Car's not stopping. If it's got electric transmission or something, electronic transmission, forget it. You don't have any control over how fast it's going. So I think that they hacked her car and they smashed her into a... They don't have to deal the steering. They just keep the gas pedal down and make the brakes not work. That's all they got to do. Cut the brake lines, put her in there with drugs, and keep the thing set so that it goes full blast and make it so it can't stop. So I'm convinced they murdered her. I think that they meant for her to die in the crash when she didn't. She was unconscious and they were just taking her back to kill her in the ambulance. I think that's what they probably shot her with something that gave her brain death. That's probably what they did. Yeah, some people were saying that whatever it was a lot like Stanley Kubrick and Eyes Wide Shut. How he produced a movie, and no one has ever seen that movie. You see the version that they put together after he died. Apparently it's 2 different movies, and we'll never see the one it really is because apparently it was a little too real. Wyatt, depending upon where you are, they are. If you're in the city or a populated area like me, bicycles are pretty much... Actually, where I am, everybody still drives, but you can totally live on a bicycle. Unless you got to work far. I have an e-bike. It's really fucking cool. I like it. In the winter, it sucks, but I wouldn't use it for the winter. I'd drive a car then. But for local stuff, e-bikes are awesome, man. E-bikes are the future, dude. Everybody who's not like living in the rural areas, you should probably have an e-bike and just enjoy yourself. Hell, even if you are in the rural area, they go like, you can get like 30 miles on a charge, 50 miles on a charge. There's some limit to it, but anyway, guys, I've ranted for 4 hours. I didn't even mean to do 3 hours. So, didn't even play a game. I know, my wife stayed up because she was going to play a game with me. I totally forgot. I got to ranting about gender and shit like an idiot. Now I have to like turn this video off so nobody sees it. Wyatt's making fun of my charge bike. Hey, you can make fun of it all you want, but when I go up hills really fast. So, all right, guys, that's it for me tonight. Thank you for being here. Thank you for putting up with my crazy shit. If my opinions offend you, trust me, I don't mean them with any malice. I am not hate-filled. I don't do that. I just disagree with you. So, I'm going to be going. And until next week, maybe I'll do a video game day tomorrow or something. Maybe I'll play something with my wife. I'll do a surprise. I got a whole bunch of like PS1 games and stuff now on my computer. I mean, legally. So I'm not going to delete it, DK, but I do worry, I do worry. So, all right, guys, Alpha, thank you guys. Don't forget, September 30th, main event, we're going to be doing at QXT's in Newark. And some of you guys have already said you're going to be there. So I'm looking forward to seeing you, and I appreciate you all so much. Thank you for putting up with my opinionated ass. Thank you for having fun. Thank you for your super chats. Thank you for your friendship. Until next week, mind the shadows, and fuck Joe Biden.